women's health strategy, the Minister sure has a lot to catch up on. The Minister will be aware that her predecessor resigned last week because of the Conservative Party, and I quote, creating an atmosphere of hostility for LGBT plus people. This is a damning charge from a sitting Conservative MP. So, does the Minister agree with her predecessor?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government takes all hate crimes seriously, and we have robust laws to respond to them. And whilst police have recorded hate crimes targeting LGBT communities have increased, it is the biggest driver for this improvement in police recording and the increased willingness of victims to stop and to come forward. It is taken very seriously by the Home Office, and we are working with the police on this.
Celine Saxby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Social Mobility Commission's index in Devon starts with South Hams at 49 out of 324, yet my North Devon constituency is at 238. What is my right honourable friend doing to level up regional inequalities such as this?
Thursday.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right. One of the biggest issues we face in this country is geographical inequality. That's why we've appointed Catherine Burbelsing as head of the Social Mobility Commission. Her school, the Michaela School in Brent, is fantastic at helping level up amongst all groups of people, and we want to see more of those types of schools right around our country.
Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. E-scooters can be difficult for people with sight loss to identify and avoid, especially when they're ridden illegally on the pavement because they operate quietly. So what assessment has the Minister made of the impact the illegal and unsafe use of e-scooters has made on people with visual impairment?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm meeting with the Department for Transport's Disability Champion this very afternoon, and I will take that question to discuss with her.
Duncan Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would my right honourable friend congratulate my constituent, the jewellery designer Monica Bernarda, whose roots are in North Norfolk and whose head office is on the Holcombe Estate, for winning the 2022 Queen's Award for Enterprise and Sustainable Development? Would she also agree with me how wonderful it is to see women in business promoting ethical and sustainable business practices around the country?
Tuesday.
Well, I'm pleased to say I've actually been to the Holcombe Estate and I've seen her fantastic business operating in rural Norfolk, and we need to turbocharge rural economies. We need to get more women into business. We know that if women set up businesses at the same rate as men, it would add 250 billion to our economy, and she is a fantastic businesswoman.
Bill Coyle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some black women in Southwark are disproportionately at risk of HIV, but are statistically less likely to access designated sexual health clinics. Does the Minister agree with the all-party group on HIV/AIDS report that access to PrEP needs to be improved for this group specifically through maternity units, at GP clinics and in community pharmacies?
Well, I think the
honourable
left a
gentleman
bit
is
early.
absolutely right. We need to make sure that we are protecting people from HIV.
Diana Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first got involved in politics when I was 16, and one of my many motivations for joining David Cameron's Conservatives was because of his socially liberal stance on LGBT plus issues. And one of our party's proudest achievements, in my view, is still introducing same-sex marriage. So will my right honourable friend confirm that whatever the outcome of the leadership election over the next few weeks, that she and the department will continue to prove that the Conservative government is on the side of LGBT people?
Well, I was proud to vote and support gay marriage. It's been a very important step forward for our country.
Final question, Munira Wilson.
Mr. Speaker, given that almost a third of kinship carers have a disability or chronic condition, and a child in kinship care is twice as likely to be black than white, it's clear that kinship carers inequality is issue. So will the Minister meet with me to discuss my kinship carers bill and how we can support kinship carers better who step up to support a child in crisis?
Yes.
Minister to sorry. Minister, I want the question answered. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear it. Can you just answer the question?
Mr. Speaker. Yes.
Order, because I couldn't hear it. Sorry, please, Minister, try again.
Okay. I apologise for confusion, Mr. Speaker. The answer to the honourable lady is yes. I'm happy.
Excellent, thank you. That's very... Before we come to Prime Minister's questions, I would like to point out that the British Sign Language interpretation proceedings is available to watch on Parliament Live TV. We now come to questions to the Prime Minister. I start with Robin Miller.
Mr. Speaker, from tomorrow...
Just sit down. Sit! Shut up a minute. What's this for? Come. Give me the word in. Order! Order! I say to the honourable gentleman, give me the seat. I will not tolerate such behaviour. If you want to go out now, but if you stand again, I will order you out. Make your mind up. Either shut up and get out. I warn the honourable member that if there's protesting carrying out, shut up a minute. Does somebody want... Two at once. Give me the names. Order! Order! Sit down, you want me in the future. I now warn the honourable members that if they persist in refusing to comply with my order to withdraw, I shall be compelled to name both of them, which may lead to them being suspended from the House. Right, names. To ensure that the honourable member complies. Where's the names? I order! Shut up. Shh. Neil Hanvey, I am now naming you and Kenny McCaskill to leave this chamber. Sergeant, deal with them. Deal with them. Deal with them. Just sit down. Out! No. Sergeant at Arms, escort them out. Take them out, Sergeant. Let them out.
Robin Miller.
Come on.
Insurrection. Put the PM again.
No, then let's just see if we can... Mr. Costa, you don't want to go and escort them to the tea room, do you? No, I suggest not. I think you're good and better behaved than that. Right, we'll try again after that. Prime Minister will now go to Robin Miller.
Mr. Speaker, from tomorrow, the first instalment of the cost of living payment will start landing in the bank accounts of 8 million households across the country. This is a much-needed £326 cash boost for families and forms part of the 1,200 in direct support that we're giving to the most vulnerable households this year. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the whole House was appalled and saddened, as I was, to hear about the despicable attack on Shinzo Abe. Our thoughts are with his family and loved ones and the people of Japan at this dark and sad time. Mr. Speaker, this week we remember the genocide in Srebrenica and the victims of those appalling events. We must learn the lessons of history and do all in our power to prevent such a thing happening again. We will continue to combat war crime deniers, both in Bosnia-Herzegovina and elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Robin Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Prime Minister for his personal interest in Aberconwy, whether he's been eating ice cream on the pier in Llandudno, sampling Welsh Penderian whisky, or standing on the granite quarry in Penmaen Mawr. He's seen why they love this constituency. He's also heard from them their gratitude for the vaccine and furlough programmes that this UK government delivered. So will my right honourable friend now support our plan to level up Aberconwy and our bid for almost £20 million of funding to invest in community and cultural programmes and give us the opportunity to match our potential?
I thank my honourable friend, and he's a great champion for Aberconwy, and I much enjoyed the Penderyn whiskey that we sampled together. Mr. Speaker, I ignored the revolver, as some of you may have noticed. We are committed to uniting and levelling up the UK, and as for the second round of the Levelling Up Fund announcements, it will be coming, Mr. Speaker, this autumn.
We now come to the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, may I join the Prime Minister on his comments about the former Prime Minister of Japan, a deeply shocking moment, and of course his comments about genocide. Mr. Speaker, may I welcome the new Cabinet to their places. We have a new Chancellor who accepted a job from the Prime Minister on Wednesday afternoon and then told him to quit on Thursday morning. A new Northern Ireland Secretary who once asked if you need a passport to get to Derry. And the new Education Secretary, whose junior ministers have literally been giving the middle finger to the public. It is truly the country's loss that they will only be in post for a few weeks. Now, the Prime Minister must be feeling demob happy since he was pushed out of office. Finally, he can throw off the shackles, say what he really thinks, and forget about following the rules. So, does he agree? Does he agree it's time to scrap the absurd non-dom status that allows the super-rich to dodge tax in this country?
Prime Minister, well, I thank you very much, and it's perfectly true that I'm grateful for the ability to speak my mind, which I never really lost, Mr. Speaker. But what I'm focusing on is continuing the government of the country. And as I've just told you, Mr. Speaker, from tomorrow, £326 is arriving. Never mind non-doms, Mr. Speaker. Doms or non-doms, I don't mind. £326 is arriving in the bank accounts of 8 million vulnerable people. And how can we do that? Because we took the decisions to get the strong economy that we currently have, that I'm afraid were resisted by. Sorry, growth in May at 0.5%, Mr. Speaker, which they weren't expecting. We have. As I've told you before, Mr. Speaker, 620,000 more people in payroll employment than before the pandemic began. And one of the consolations of leaving office at this particular time, Mr. Speaker, is that vacancies are at an all-time high.
Yes, Starmer.
Cut him some slack. Faced with an uncertain future, a mortgage-sized decorator's bill that'll be soon for somebody else's flat, I'm not surprised he's careful not to upset any future employers. So here's an even simpler one. Does he agree that offshore schemes can pose a risk because some people use them to avoid tax they owe here?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the investment that this country attracts from around the world. And he's talking about offshore people investing in the UK. I'm absolutely thrilled to see that we've had, I think, 12 billion in tech alone come in the last couple of months. I think it's possible, Mr. Speaker, he's referring not to me, but to some of the 8 brilliant candidates who are currently vying for my job. Let me just tell him that any one of them will wipe the floor with Captain. Wipe the floor.
Can I just say the furniture has to be repaired, and one of the members already had one bill. I'm sure he doesn't want another. Prime Minister.
Any one of them would wipe the floor with Captain Crasheroony Snoozefest, Mr. Speaker. And after a few weeks' time, that is exactly what they will do. They will unite around the winner and do just that.
Yes, Starmer.
He's been saying all week that he wants revenge on those that have wronged him. Here's an idea, Prime Minister. If he really wants to hit them where it hurts, he should tighten the rules on tax avoidance. But at the very least, does he agree that anyone running to be Prime Minister should declare where they and their families have been domiciled for tax purposes and whether they've ever been a beneficiary of an offshore tax scheme.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, to the best of my knowledge, everybody in this Parliament, everybody in this House pays their full whack of tax in this country, and I think that people should, members across the House should cease this constant vilification of each other. I think people pay their fair share of taxes, and quite right. What we're doing, and it's thanks to the tax yield that we have had, that we're able to support the people of this country in the way that we are. So we've been able to increase universal credit by £1,000, Mr. Speaker. We're putting £326 into from tomorrow into the bank accounts of those who need it most, Mr. Speaker. And thanks to the policies we have pursued, as I have just told you, we have unemployment at or near record lows. And that is what counts, Mr. Speaker. No, they are very happy to see people languish on benefits. We believe in getting people into good jobs. And I'm looking for one.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure he's been keeping up with what's happening in the last few days. Over the weekend, the candidates to replace him have promised £330 billion in giveaways. That's roughly double the annual budget for the NHS. Sadly, they haven't found time to explain how they're paying for it, even though one of them's the Chancellor and another one was Chancellor until a week ago. They all backed 15 tax rises. Now they're acting as if they've just arrived from the moon, saying it should never have happened. Doesn't he agree that rather than desperately rewriting history, they should at least explain exactly where they're getting all this cash from?
Prime Minister.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, he's completely wrong. I've been listening very carefully, and all the commitments that I'm listening to are very clear. We will continue. Whoever is elected will continue to put more police out on the street, exactly as we promised. Already at 13,576, we're going to go up to 20,000. Whoever takes over will build. They always complain about this, but we will build the 40 new hospitals, Mr. Speaker. And I asked my delivery unit yesterday. Well, they don't want it. They don't like it, Mr. Speaker, because they voted against the funding. They voted against the funding that makes it possible, Mr. Speaker. And they have also, just in the last period in which he has been in office, made extra commitments of public spending worth £94 billion, which would be thousands of pounds of extra taxation for every family in the country, Mr. Speaker. That's the difference between them and us.
Yes, Starmer.
Totally deluded to the bitter end. Now, to be fair...
Mr. Alden, I think that's the last time I hear from you today. I think otherwise you might be able to buy a couple of other people cups of tea. Yes,
to be fair to the new Chancellor, he's at least attempted to spell it out. He's promised tens of billions in tax cuts and confirmed he would cut the NHS, the police and school budgets by 20% to fund it. The member for Stratford and Gibraltar is complaining, but he said it on TV. And yesterday he said, it's simply not right that families are seeing their bills skyrocket and we do nothing. Was the Chancellor speaking on behalf of the government, Prime Minister, when he promised huge spending cuts and when he said that they're doing nothing on the cost of living crisis?
Prime Minister.
Look, Mr. Speaker, this is really pitiful stuff from the party that voted against the £39 billion which is necessary to pay for those 50,000 nurses which we're recruiting, and we will recruit by 2024, Mr. Speaker, which is necessary to pay for those hospitals and those doctors and those scans and that treatment. They don't have a leg to stand on, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell him something else. The reason the reason we've got growth now at 0.5% in May is because we took the tough decisions to come out of lockdown on July the 19th last year, which he said was reckless. Never forget, he said it was reckless. Our economy would not be strong enough now to make the payments we are to our fantastic NHS, and they know it.
Stop up. I really am going to miss this weekly nonsense from him. Let's move on. Let's move on from his current Chancellor to his former Chancellor. Last week, he resigned, accusing the Prime Minister of not conducting government properly, competently or seriously. He suggested the Prime Minister is not prepared to work hard or take difficult decisions, and implied that the Prime Minister cannot tell the public the truth. Yesterday, he claimed his big plan is to rebuild the economy. Now, even the Prime Minister must be impressed by that Johnsonian brass-neckery. Can the Prime Minister think of any jobs his former Chancellor may have had that means he bears some responsibility for an economy that he now claims is broken?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think everybody who's played a part in the last 3 years has done a remarkable job in helping this country through very difficult times. I just want to say to him, really, Mr. Speaker, the next leader of my party may be elected by acclamation, so it's possible this will be our last confrontation over this. It's possible. So I want to thank him. I want to thank him for the style in which he's conducted himself. I think it'd be fair to say he's been considerably less lethal than many other members of this House, Mr. Speaker. And I'll tell you why that is. Because he hasn't come up.
Can I just say to this end of this front bench, I expect better behaviour, and I'm certainly going to get it. Prime Minister.
Yeah. There's a reason for that, Mr. Speaker. Is over 3 years, in spite of every opportunity, he's never really come up with an idea, a plan, or a vision for this country. And I can tell you that at the end of 3 years, Mr. Speaker, we got Brexit done, which he voted against 48 times. We delivered the first vaccine in the world and rolled it out faster than any other European country, which would never be possible if we listened to him, Mr. Speaker. And we played a decisive role in helping to protect the people of Ukraine from the brutal invasion of Vladimir Putin and helped to save Ukraine, Mr. Speaker. And I'm proud to say that we are continuing, and every one of the 8 candidates will continue, with the biggest ever programme of infrastructure, skills and technology across this country to level up in a way that will benefit the constituents of every member of this House, Mr. Speaker. And it's perfectly true that I leave not at a time of my choosing. And it's absolutely true. But I am proud of the fantastic teamwork that has been involved in all of those projects, both nationally and internationally, Mr. Speaker. And I'm also proud of the leadership that I have given. And I will be leaving, Mr. Speaker. I will be leaving soon with my head held high.
The convicted double child rapist and murderer Colin Pitchfork was granted parole last year by the Independent Parole Board in the face of enormous opposition from whistleblowers and my South Leicestershire constituents. Only 2 months after he was released, he was recalled to prison for having breached his licence conditions. He has another parole board hearing scheduled for September. Prime Minister, you and I have communicated about this matter on numerous occasions, and you've assured me that you would do everything in your power to deal with this situation. Can you confirm, before you leave office, that your government will make all the necessary submissions that it can make lawfully to the Independent Parole Board to make sure that this dangerous man is kept behind bars?
Prime Minister.
My honourable friend for his campaign. Our thoughts, of course, with the victims of Pitchfork, Lydia and Dawn's friends and family. And, Mr. Speaker, I can tell the House that my right honourable friend, the Deputy Prime Minister, will be submitting his views on the Pitchfork case to the Parole Board before his hearing, and there is also, as the House will know, a root and branch review of the parole system currently underway, which includes plans for greater ministerial oversight for the most serious offenders, and we'll be bringing that forward as soon as parliamentary time allows.
We now come to the Leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I associate myself with the remarks of the Prime Minister in the murder of Shinzo Abe, a dreadful event that took place last weekend? Can I also thank you, Mr. Speaker, for hosting last night the charity remembering Srebrenica? We should all take time this week, on the 27th anniversary of the genocide that took place there, to think of the circumstances and the shame that we were not able to step in and stop the murder of so many innocent boys and men and the rape of so many women. And that we must learn the lessons from that. And of course, at this time, we think very much of those in Ukraine that are facing a war criminal, and make sure that those responsible are ultimately held to account for crimes against humanity. Mr. Speaker, the Tory leadership contest is quickly descending into a toxic race to the right, and it's clear that whoever wins that race, Scotland loses. The former Chancellor has pledged to govern like Margaret Thatcher. The current Chancellor is threatening 20% cuts to the NHS and public services. And they're all trying to outdo each other on an extreme Brexit, costing the economy billions. Is the real reason that the Prime Minister won't endorse any of these awful candidates because whoever becomes the next Tory leader will make Genghis Khan look like a moderate?
Prime Minister.
I feel a real twinge, Mr. Speaker, that this is probably virtually the last time I'll have the opportunity to answer a question to perhaps because he's going or because I'm going, I don't know. Mr. Speaker, all I would say to him is that I think that the next leader of my party will want to make sure that we do everything we can to work with the Scottish Government in the way that I've been able to do, I'm proud to have done over the last few years, to protect and secure our union. And my strong view, Mr. Speaker, having listened to him very carefully for years and years now, is that we are much, much better together.
Ian Blackford.
I can say with all sincerity, I hope whoever is the next Tory leader will be as popular in Scotland as he has been. Because for people in Scotland, Westminster has never looked so out of touch. We've got right-wing Tory contenders prioritising tax cuts for the rich and a zombie UK government failing to tackle the cost of living crisis. Whilst the Tories are busy tearing lumpouts of each other, money-saving expert Martin Lewis has warned the energy price cap could soon rise by a sickening 65% in October to £3,244 a year. After a decade of Tory cuts and Brexit price rises, it will mean many families simply can't afford to put food on the table and heat their homes. Scotland literally can't afford the cost of living with Westminster. Does the Prime Minister not get that people in Scotland don't just want rid of him, they want rid of the whole rotten Westminster system?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think that's not what is actually happening in this country, is that we're using the fiscal firepower that we built up to cut taxes for working people, cut taxes for those on low incomes, and you saw that last week in the average of £330 tax cut on national insurance. We're increasing support for those vulnerable households from tomorrow, another £326 going in. And Mr. Speaker, it's thanks to our union that we were able to deliver the furlough scheme, which helped the entire country, and to make the massive transfers that boost the whole of the UK economy. And I think that the last thing the people of Scotland need now, the last thing they need is more constitutional wrangling when we need to fix the economy.
Mary Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After securing almost £14 million in my town's fund bid for Cheadle, I was delighted last week to get the green light for our new Cheadle rail station. £4 million for our state-of-the-art eco-business park. I've had tremendous support from the Cheadle Towns Board and local community who understand how important it is to have connected towns and villages, bringing investment and high-tech jobs to our area. I'm ambitious for Cheadle and now want to secure the redoubling of the Mid-Cheshire Line and the extension of Metrolink through my constituency. Will my right honourable friend join me in thanking the Towns Board and Station Working Group for their support and agree with me that improving connectivity is key to economic growth and the future of our levelling up agenda?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's thanks to the massive exertions of this government in levelling up with the £650 billion investment in infrastructure that we're up. We're having got a new railway station in Cheadle, for instance, Mr. Speaker. And I know that the bids that my honourable friend has just mentioned are now being actively studied by the Department for Transport, and she should feed in more to them.
Stephen Farrett. Thank you. In a recent opinion poll conducted by Lucid Talk for Queen's University, only 5% of the people of Northern Ireland expressed any trust whatsoever in this government. So as the Prime Minister prepares to leave office shortly, will he apologise for his legacy in Northern Ireland, in which power sharing has collapsed, the Good Friday Agreement has been undermined, an unwanted protocol bill is being imposed upon the people and businesses of Northern Ireland, and Anglo-Irish relations are in their worst state for 40 years?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, because actually what we've got, and I know that every single one of the candidates will want to deliver this, is a bill to fix the problem of the protocol, and I accept that there is a problem, and I hope that the whole House will support it.
Jacob Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and as this is probably the last time I'll get to address the Prime Minister at this dispatch box, can I say on behalf of the people of Redcar and Cleveland how grateful we are for the support that he's given us and for delivering on the will of 17.4 million people in taking us out of the EU. Can I ask the Prime Minister, is he as optimistic as I am about our future as a free and independent nation?
Jacob, I mean, my honourable friend, if anything, I think I'm even more optimistic. And my only anxiety, we all know that people think that this will be. There are people around the world who hope that this will be the end of Brexit, and I can see them all. Oh, look at them! Did you notice? On the front, that's them. That's them. They're wrong, Mr. Speaker, and we're going to show that they're wrong.
We now come to Martin Day.
Mr. Speaker, if the UK truly is a voluntary union of equal nations, there must be a democratic way for any of those member nations to withdraw from it. By what right does the PM think the role of the UK government is to decide whether to respect the mandate given by the people of Scotland to their government and endorsed by their parliament?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I continually advise the members of the Scottish National Party, or Nationalist Party I should say, they should look at what is happening in educational standards in Scotland, which they are responsible for, instead of endlessly asking for a repeat of a constitutional event that we had in 2014. We had a vote, Mr. Speaker, they lost.
Catherine Fletcher.
The Prime Minister knows how proud we are of our industrial heritage in the north of England and what it means for our future. So last Friday it was a joy to be on the banks of the Ribble with the Friends of the Old Tram Bridge, a group that are asking for this historic piece of industrial architecture that crosses the Ribble to be reopened. Vote for the utility, and because we're bloody proud of it. So, does the Prime Minister share my hope that Preston City Council will include the plans to get the bridge reopened as part of their Levelling Up Fund bid?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's possibly fair to say that I'm responsible for building more river crossings than anybody else in this House, including and bridges. Including Suggett's Lane crossing, Mr. Speaker, which I delivered for my honourable friend. I think at this stage in my political career, I could not, in all honesty, promise that I can deliver this bridge, Mr. Speaker. But I think that she has 8 people to whom she could direct that request right now, and she's in a strong bargaining position, Mr. Speaker.
Let's have a Roberts.
Child poverty has increased in every part of Wales in the last 7 years under Tory cuts to public services and malign welfare policies. In the communities I represent, 37% of children are now growing up in poverty. He has one last chance to make a real difference to these children's lives before he leaves office. Will he scrap the 2-child limit and reinstate the £20 uplift for all families entitled to welfare?
Mr. Speaker, it's of course the Labour government in Wales that's responsible for schools, but what we have been doing, is not only increasing the living wage by £1,000, providing the financial support, the £37 billion worth of financial support that I've mentioned, but helping councils, Mr. Speaker, with a £1.5 billion household support fund to get families such as those she mentions through the tough times, and we will come out very strongly the other side.
We now come to a closed question to Mike Penning.
Number 8, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend. I'm delighted that there will be a new hospital scheme in this area. I'm told that the local hospital trust have considered a full range of options, and that they consider that new hospital builds at Watford General, alongside further investment at Hemel Hempstead and St Albans hospitals, represent the best option for health services in the area.
Sir Mike Penning.
Can I thank the Prime Minister for delivering Brexit and the fantastic vaccine rollout programme that I was proud to be involved with and saved so many lives in my constituency and around the country. Sadly, the Trust have not considered all options, and in my constituents will be astonished as to what they have said by saying that. They now want £1.2 billion for the refurbished tower block situation in Watford. So can the Prime Minister do me a great favour before he leaves? Can he put a little note in the drawer of number 10, so when the new incumbent comes in to say Penning needs a new hospital on a greenfield site?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can tell him that I will assure he gets a meeting with the relevant minister to discuss his proposals.
John Trickett.
Thank you, sir. We now know that every ambulance service in the whole country is in a critical state. But last week, well before the current national heatwave emergency, my constituent, Mrs. Meacham, died following waiting for hours for an ambulance in an excruciating and prolonged delay. Her daughter tells me that the family tragedy wasn't caused by the staff, but by cutbacks by this government. But in any event, without immediate and drastic action, we cannot be sure that there won't be many more Mrs. Meachams. Does the PM accept we now are living through an emergency health crisis? And given the disastrous state he's leaving the NHS in, why is he still in Downing Street?
Mr. Speaker, the NHS now has a record. He talks about staffing levels. The NHS now has a record number of people working in it. 10,900 more nurses this year than there were last year. 6,000 more doctors. And on ambulances, and he's right, it's absolutely critical. The crucial thing is to help the hospital staff to move patients through the system. And too often, I'm afraid, it is impossible because a proportion of the patients, sadly, are in delayed discharge, and that is making life very, very difficult for the ambulances as they come up to hospital. But that is why it is so crucial that this government, in addition to everything else we've done, Mr. Speaker, is fixing social care and helping patients out of hospital. And that's why we put in the £39 billion, Mr. Speaker, which unfortunately his party voted against.
Brereton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Prime Minister for all he's done to help level up Stoke-on-Trent? The number of workless households in our city has halved over the last decade of Conservatives in government. So would my right honourable friend agree that the best way to level up Stoke-on-Trent is to get more people in well-skilled, better-paid employment opportunities?
I think he's absolutely right, and the right honourable gentleman knows a lot more about Stoke Newington than he knows about Stoke, and that is absolutely true, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud that we're getting young people into work. I was up and down the country. I was at an event last night to celebrate the 163,000 Kickstarters who we've helped into work, and that is our ambition, to help people into good jobs, and we are succeeding. I'm proud to say I leave office, Mr. Speaker, with unemployment at roughly 3.8%. When they last left office, it was at 8%. That's the difference between them and us.
Stuart Malcolm MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last night's panorama with the joint investigation with the Times newspaper has exposed yet again more evidence of unlawful killings by special forces, this time in Afghanistan. When this came up before, the government, and in particular the MOD, was determined to sweep this under the carpet. But those who serve in uniform and the public they protect deserve better than this. These aren't vexatious claims from campaigning lawyers. They come from within the armed forces themselves, and indeed from our allies in Australia. So will the Prime Minister commit to an Australia-style independent inquiry as backed by General Lord Richards? But more broadly, hasn't the case been made again for democratic oversight of special forces?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's a long-standing practice, I think, accepted on both sides of this House, that we do not comment on special forces. That does not mean that we in any way accept the factual accuracy of the claims to which he is alluded. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, nor does it mean that anybody who serves in Her Majesty's Armed Forces is above the law.
Can I just warn other members that there is a sub judice on this? I allowed that question because it was very general, and that's the only way I would ever allow it to be discussed. Andrew Lower.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the last few years, campaigning and persistence have led to the construction of a new children's A&E, and just this year a new main A&E for Northampton General Hospital in my constituency. Building on this success, what the town now needs is an urgent treatment centre. Does the Prime Minister agree that this would be a hugely welcome step in providing top-quality healthcare in Northampton?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, I think earlier on, we're engaged in a massive programme of improvements and building and rebuilding in our NHS estate. I think that, with great respect to my honourable friend, this is a decision that he's going to have to continue to lobby for. I think the local NHS bodies will have to make up their minds on that one, but I'm sure he will continue to make lively representations.
Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Prime Minister was forced to announce his intention to resign after ministers who supported him only days earlier changed their minds. Of course, people are allowed to change their minds, and this should be recognised. Why does the Prime Minister and his MPs believe this principle applies everywhere except in Scotland, where the people delivered a clear mandate to the Scottish Parliament to hold an independence referendum?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I understand it, the people of the SNP are currently deciding what to do with my honourable friend. And heaven forfend that they should change their minds, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 40 years ago, 10 young people from Rugby's West Indian community travelled to a house in New Cross Road, London, for a birthday celebration for former Rugby resident Yvonne Ruddick. Tragically, there was a fire at the house where the party was held, and 2 of that group never returned home. Others were traumatised. The fire cost 13 people their lives and has been the subject of 2 inquests, both of which were inconclusive. Those who survived and the families of the bereaved are calling for a further investigation. I wonder if the Prime Minister would agree that the appointment of the new Metropolitan Police Commissioner provides an opportunity to re-examine the events of that time.
Prime Minister.
I thank my honourable friend, and I know from my own experience of running the city of the anguish that particular tragedy caused, and I know the deep feeling that surrounds it, Mr. Speaker. I thank him for raising it, and I can tell him, of course, that whatever my own views, this is a matter for the independent Metropolitan Police Service, and I'm sure the new Commissioner will be considering what he has just said.
Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
While he was editor of The Spectator, he published a poem about exterminating the Scotch, a verminous race. He previously stated that a pound spent in Croydon is of more value to the country than a pound spent in Strathclyde. He called for an ending of the Barnett formula, and he stated an MP from a Scottish constituency shouldn't be a Prime Minister. So given his anti-Scottish views, his abject failure as a Prime Minister, why did he think he's a right to try and block a democratic vote for Scotland to choose its future away from this corrupt Westminster?
Can I just say to the honourable gentleman that after 3 years of listening to this delirium of monotony from the Scottish nationalists, I really think they need to change the record. What the people of this country want is a focus on the cost of living, a focus on the economy, making sure on schools, Mr. Speaker, on standards in schools. Those are things that he should fix, Mr. Speaker, and to say nothing of the tragedy of drug deaths in Scotland, Mr. Speaker, which they still haven't done anything to address, Mr. Speaker, and everything I have seen has taught me that we are far, far better, whether it's on Ukraine or COVID, Mr. Speaker, or on furlough. There is absolutely no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that we are better off working together.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kensington is at the heart of the Ukrainian community, and on their behalf, I would like to first send their huge thanks for your support to Ukraine. Yesterday was the first-year anniversary of the devastating flooding that affected my constituency, with more than 1,000 homes affected, people in basement flats losing all of their belongings, and many people still in temporary accommodation. Would my right honourable friend back my fight to ensure that we get serious investment in infrastructure in West London from Thames Water?
Prime Minister.
I thank her very much, and I know that I know the problem of that she speaks of very well. There's no single solution to tackling surface water flooding, but she's absolutely right in wanting to put more pressure on Thames Water to try to come up with sustainable solutions. But they've got to be done working with partners, with councils, and of course with developers as well.
Final question, Sam Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A few short weeks ago, Zara Alina was walking home through Ilford. She was dragged off the street and brutally murdered. Zara's family made a touching tribute for her life. She was authentic, refused to try and impress anyone, but she impressed us. She was the rock of our family. Last week, on the 8th of July, another woman was stabbed in St John's Road, just yards from my family's church that I attended for 15 years, so I know like the back of my hand. Women in Ilford should not have to police themselves or impose curfews on their behaviour when they want to just go about their daily business. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to know whether the Prime Minister will commit to greater allocation of funding in terms of policing that's targeted on specialist knife crime into Ilford and across all of that part of North East London. And in addition, Mr. Speaker, what measures will this government actually take that will make a difference to the lives of women? Will they toughen sentences for rape, stalking, domestic violence, and put in place proper police support to end, Mr. Speaker, the epidemic of violence in this country against women and girls?
Just before the Prime Minister answers, sorry, just to say it's very important. I've allowed it to raise. Be careful of going into detail on the first name because it is sub judice, but in general terms, I'm sure that we can answer it. Prime Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your guidance, but I think we can say safely how much we sympathise with the victim and her family. On knife crime, it is a scourge, Mr. Speaker, and I believe there are many different solutions, but one of them is unquestionably allowing the police to do more stop and search and making sure you have more police out on the street. And that's why we've made the massive investments that we have, and I hope that those investments will be continued, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure that they will be. And on rape and serious sexual offences particularly against women, this is incredibly important to the whole House, and it's something that we have worked on very hard over the last 3 years. And what we have done Mr. Speaker, is not only introduced more street lights and done everything we can to give women, invested more in independent sexual violence advisors and domestic violence advisors and all the people you need to give victims the confidence they need to get cases to trial, which is such a problem, Mr. Speaker. But what we've also done, in addition to putting more police out on the streets and specialist units to tackle, as we have, what we've also done is introduced tougher sentences for rape and serious sexual violence, Mr. Speaker. And I have to say, I was amazed, and it's still the case, that his party voted against those tougher sentences. And that was a great mistake, and I think they should take it back.
At the start of Prime Minister's questions, the honourable member, Fries Lothian, Kirkcaldy and Cowden Beath persistently denied the authority of the Chair. In their absence, I wish to proceed to name them and call on the leader to move the relevant names. So I name Kenny Maskell, Neil Hanvey, and I'm sure now the leader will pick it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that Kenny McCaskill and Neil Hanvey be suspended from the service of this House.
The question is that Kenny McCaskill and Neil Hanvey be suspended from this House. As many of their opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. We now move to the urgent question at Colwell Streeting.
No, not taking point.
Jacob, I knew what you were doing. Thank you. I understand that you want to raise a point of order relevant to the questions that you just asked. Right, in which case I will take that one point of order. Sir Mike Penny.
As a former minister, I'm very aware of the information that's given to ministers and prime ministers when they're going to answer a question, especially when the question has been pre-informed. The information the Speaker was given was that, that my trust, my hospital trust, have looked at all options for the decision on the new hospital in my part of the world. That is not correct, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to put on the record that the Prime Minister has been misled by my trust, and it's not the Prime Minister's fault that he had that information.
I'm not going to carry on the debate of the question, but I would say you've certainly got on the record. I'm sure the Trust will be reading it as you sat down. Right, let's try again with urgent question, West Streeting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the new Secretary of State if he will make a statement on ambulance services and the declaration of a national heatwave emergency.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our ambulance service performs heroics every single day, and I want to put on record my thanks to every single one of them for all their dedication and hard work. And we do have a duty to support this vital service and give them the resources and support that they need. The latest figures from the NHS in England show that ambulance service response time performance has improved month on month. And also, the ambulance hours lost is also improving month on month as well. However, we do fully acknowledge that there are rising pressures facing the service, and there are three significant factors influencing this. First, bed occupancy, which is currently around 93%, which is something we'd normally see around winter times, is influencing this. We know that there's high rates of COVID admissions in hospital, whether that's people with COVID or because of COVID, and that puts pressure on A&Es to be able to admit patients. We're roughly running on void beds of around 1,200, and part of this is because there's a 16% increase in length of stays. We also have the pressures of delayed discharges, but they remain flat, but a significant influence. But also, we have record numbers of calls to the ambulance service, 100,000 more calls compared to May last year. So there is significant pressure on the system. As well as that, we also have to be mindful of the weather in the coming days. We do have a heatwave plan for England, which was published earlier this year. I'm sure the honourable gentleman has read it. And we also have the hot weather plans that the NHS Trust have also put in place. In addition to that, we're providing sector-specific guidance, setting out the best way to protect people who may be at risk. But we're also supporting the service more widely to make sure it's got the resilience it needs. We've allocated £150 million of extra funding for this year for the ambulance service, and we're boosting the workforce too. National 999 call handler numbers have risen to nearly 2,300 at the start of June, which is a considerable increase on the previous September. And we're on track to train 3,000 paramedic graduates nationally per year, every year until 2024. And on top of this, we've invested £50 million in NHS 111 to help give extra capacity to the service. I will be meeting all 11 ambulance trusts over the coming days to make sure that they have the capacity and resilience they need, not just to deal with the pressures now, not just to deal with the pressures with the warm weather, but to prepare for the winter pressures that we know will be inevitable and forthcoming. This is an important issue which I take extremely seriously, and I will keep the House updated as the situation develops.
We now come to Shadow Secretary of State again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for granting this urgent question. But what a disgrace that the Secretary of State isn't here. Our NHS is going through the biggest crisis in its history. Every ambulance service is on the highest level of alert. Patients are forced to wait hours in pain and discomfort, and he is yet to say a word about any of it. The Home Secretary wasn't at the Home Affairs Select Committee this morning. He's not here this afternoon. This isn't even a government in office, let alone in power. One person who is still in office, however, is the Minister. Her boss resigned, saying he couldn't put loyalty above integrity any longer. Well, the Minister obviously made a different choice. So can she say whether any further meetings of COBRA are scheduled beyond the meeting held on Monday? And as we saw during the pandemic, public health emergencies require clear communication from government. Can she tell the House what the consequence of a national heatwave emergency would be for schools, for public transport services and other public services, and what guidance will be provided to the general public? What assessment has she made of the suitability of care homes to protect residents from the extreme heat? And what contingencies are in place should further measures be necessary? Every ambulance service is now on the highest level of alert. So what is the Secretary of State doing about it? The Minister talks about targeted help for ambulance services. She's going to be hitting the phones this week. Presumably the Secretary of State's too busy. But this, as I think she acknowledged, is a crisis across the health service. Last month, a crew in the West Midlands waited 26 hours outside A&E because there weren't the clinical staff available to hand over to. What is the government doing to provide additional support to A&Es during this heatwave? And, Mr. Speaker, these pressures are not new. Average waiting times for stroke and heart attack victims are an hour. Patients in the North East were told to phone a friend or call a cab rather than rely on emergency services. Isn't it the case that, of course, extreme weather is putting further pressure on our emergency services, but it is 12 years of Conservative underfunding that has left them unable to cope? And in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, if people like the Home Secretary and the Health Secretary can't be bothered to turn up to do their job, if they're not interested in the business of running this country, they're too busy making endorsements for fantasy candidates with far-fetched promises, perhaps it's time they set aside so that Labour can give Britain the fresh start it needs.
Well, can I say how disappointed I am in the Shadow Secretary's response? If he's not happy that a female minister with over 20 years' experience in the NHS is able to answer the question on NHS waiting times, then I find that very disappointing. And as I said in the debate a few weeks ago, I don't want to bring politics into health because I think it's too important. But if he wants to play politics, I will give him politics. If we look that in Wales, where Labour run the NHS service there, the ambulance service and the A&E departments are facing exactly the same pressures. 51% of red calls in Wales are only being seen in 8 minutes. The target should be 65%. If he looks at the call time for strokes, only 17% of those calls being made in time. And that's falling on month on month, whereas in England, our responses are improving month on month. And the 4-hour wait in Wales in A&E is 34.9% as being seen in 4 hours. Now, he shakes his head, but he stood at that dispatch box just now and said Labour would do better. They are not doing better in Labour, in Labour-run Wales. They are actually either similar response times or actually worse response times. Now, I have set out the plan. It's clear he hasn't read the heatwave plan for England, which was published earlier this year, because he would have the answers in there. And we are making sure that all NHS trusts are prepared. I am happy to work with each and every member across this House to make sure that the ambulance service, our A&Es and hospital trusts have the support that they need. But if all he wants to do is play politics, I think that's extremely sad.
Right, bridge up.
Would the Minister like to put on record her thanks to all the hard-working ambulance crews of West Midlands Ambulance Service, and in particular those working throughout the county of Shropshire? Does she agree with me that it's not just about ambulances, it is about local authorities, in my case Shropshire Council and the Borough of Telford and Wrekin, also working alongside acute trusts, as with the Shrewsbury and Telford Hospitals Trusts? And it is a collective effort that is required, not a single effort by a single ambulance service.
Can I thank my honourable friend? He is absolutely right, because there are a number of factors which are influencing the wait times at A&E. There are, while delayed discharges are not increasing, they are still a significant number. And that does mean both the NHS and local authorities have to be working together. That's why we've created the ICBs, which the members opposite voted against, to better coordinate the care between health and social care, so that we can have better systems in place to discharge patients sooner. As I said, we've got 1,200 void beds, which is either due to infection control measures because of COVID rates increasing, or because patients cannot be discharged. I will be meeting with every single ICB board in the coming days, because as part of our winter preparation, we need to improve the coordination in those areas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last October, I revealed through a parliamentary written question that every ambulance service in England was at the highest alert level. We are now 9 months on, and we are in that situation again. We're now facing warnings of extreme weather this weekend. The government needs to reinstate the funding for discharge packages into social care homes. We need primary care to be used to stabilise people in communities, and we must be using first responders from the fire service. Will the Minister agree to convene an urgent meeting of COBRA today to protect patients and paramedics who are really operating at the brink?
So, can I say to the Honourable Lady, we have put in, additional investment this year, over £150 million of extra funding into the ambulance service to help them meet the demands, because they have got significant demands. And for this time of year, these are the sort of rates that you would normally see in winter. And we are doing exactly that. We have got our heatwave plan, which was published earlier this year. We are confident and working with all NHS trusts to make sure that they have got the support that they need, and all the ambulance trust too. But can I just gently say to her, this isn't just about funding. This is about bringing care together to ensure that those hospital beds are freed up, so when ambulances arrive at A&E, they can unload their patients. And as I said to the Shadow Minister, I'm not sure if he's going to take me up on this, I am happy to work with every single member across this House to make sure that we support our emergency services.
All right. Scott Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the reassurance the Minister has provided regarding capacity and resilience planning over the coming weeks. A&E services at Blackpool Victoria Hospital have been under significant pressure as of late, and the planned £15 million government-funded improvements to increase capacity there, frankly, can't come soon enough. Will the Minister meet with me to discuss the progress of these plans to ensure that patients can see the benefits of those as soon as possible?
I thank my honourable friend. He has been campaigning vigorously for his local area in terms of better healthcare provision. I'm very happy to meet with him to discuss those plans. I recognise there's an urgency around that. But can I just reassure him that there are around 6 areas of the country which account for around a third of the handover delays, and we are specifically focusing our efforts on them, because it is about the pressures in the system, and whether that's more capacity at A&E so patients can can be seen quicker once they arrive by ambulance, or whether that's supporting the ambulance service itself. I'm very happy to meet with him to discuss the problems in his local area.
Graham Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I just say that despite the promises and assurances the Minister set out in the heatwave plan and in her response, I'm very disappointed that previous promises made in this House by the Minister that she would speak with a North East Ambulance Service whistleblower, Paul Calvert, who's my constituent, haven't been honoured. If ministers won't engage with those that identify ongoing problems and learn the lessons to fix our failing ambulance service, how can we expect the ambulance service to respond to an acute crisis like the current heatwave?
Well, can I thank my honourable friend? The North East Ambulance Service is one of 3 areas that we're concerned in terms of performance. Can I reassure him I have met with the families and offered other families to meet with me to discuss. In relation to his specific constituent, there is a tribunal ongoing, and so it's difficult for me to meet with him while that is ongoing, but I'm very happy once that is over to meet with his constituent to discuss the issues he raised as a whistleblower.
Theresa Villiers.
The Minister will be aware that those who suffer a stroke, their chances of recovery are greatly improved if they get specialist care within the first half an hour, 45 minutes or so. So will she do everything she possibly can to address administrative blockages and other delays to make sure people get the chance of life-saving treatment at the earliest possible stage?
Yes, can I thank my honourable friend for raising that, because there are different response times required depending on the reason for the call. And in terms of strokes, which would be a C2 emergency, the target is 18 minutes. In May, which is the latest figures that we have, we're actually performing better than April. They are not where we want them to be, but we are seeing month-on-month improvements, and particularly for the C1s and C2, which need urgent treatment as soon as possible, particularly for strokes. Every minute counts. We want to see improvements in those times further.
Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. The Manchester Evening News is reporting that North West Ambulance Service raised its operational pressure level to critical incident level, which indicates potential for failures as ambulance services try to cope with extreme pressure. A&E departments at the Royal Bolton and Stepping Hill hospitals have admitted they are extremely busy with long queues of ambulances at some times. Now, the Minister didn't even mention social care in her response, which we know is so broken that it adds to delays in discharges. And it's 12 years of Conservative mismanagement and neglect that has left these services on which my constituents rely so vulnerable. What does the Minister have to say to the patients suffering as a result?
Hear. Well, I'm sorry the Honourable Lady didn't hear my response. I did specifically mention social care, and I specifically mentioned integrated care boards, which we have set up to bring health and social care together, which I think honourable members opposite voted against. It is precisely, and I mentioned in my remarks, that one of the factors affecting ambulance delays is the bed occupancy issue. Part of that is around delayed discharges, not all of it. Lengths of stay are 16% higher, but we have a plan for fixing social care. It's unfortunate members opposite voted against it.
Mr. Speaker, Cheltenham General Hospital's A&E was saved from a trust plan to close it, thanks to the fantastic support of over 20,000 of my constituents. Does the Honourable Lady agree with me that in addressing the enormous challenge of the demands that we face, capacity is important as well as flow through the system, and that in light of that demand, that vindicates the decision of the Trust and indeed the Government to keep Cheltenham's A&E open?
Well, I thank my honourable friend, and I'm pleased that he's already seeing the benefits of the A&E in Cheltenham staying over. I'm sure he's very modest. I'm sure he played a significant part in making sure that that stayed open as well. But it is absolutely about capacity. There isn't a magic bullet that's going to make this, the pressures on the ambulance service and emergency services any easier. It's multifaceted, and capacity at A&E is crucial. That's why I'm meeting with the Ambulance Trust to find out that where there's good practice that's making a difference, that we can help share that across the country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In June, a 59-year-old man collapsed in the West Midlands, going into cardiac arrest. Neighbours called an ambulance, but it took 90 minutes for one to arrive, 6 times longer than it should have taken. Now, sadly, the man soon passed away. We see this time and time again across my region, where ambulance waiting times are amongst the worst in the country. So when will this government provide the much-needed extra support to stop horrific incidents like this reoccurring?
Sorry to hear about the sad death of her constituent. Her region is one of the 6 areas where we've got the worst handover times that we are targeting support to. And I'm very happy to meet with her and update her on the specific support we're offering her region.
The Minister, when discussing ambulance response and waiting times, kept using the phrase month-on-month improvements. Could she specify which months? Because she will know that depending on which month you choose as your baseline, if it was the worst time in recorded history, then it's not difficult to show month-on-month improvements.
So when we look at our figures, of course we look month on month, but you also compare to to previous years as well. And as I said in my opening remarks, we are seeing an increase in calls, over 100,000 compared to May 2019. He shakes his head, but they are the facts. And we are comparing month on month, but we're also comparing to previous years. And we are seeing an improvement, both in response times, but also in the amount of ambulance hours that are lost to ambulances queuing at A&E.
Sean Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of the 22,000 people who visited Newcastle's Royal Victoria Infirmary A&E in May, 13%, over 3,000 people, had faced waits of over 4 hours. And last month, I know people were facing waits of 7 hours. And we have had people, my constituents, who have had rapid heart fluctuations, who have been told that they face a wait of 11 hours for an ambulance and they need to get a cab. Isn't it absolutely negligent of her government to leave our NHS unable to protect my constituents, particularly facing a heat wave? And what is she going to do to ensure that they have the resources necessary?
Well, as I explained in answer to the Shadow Secretary of State, these are problems facing all devolved nations. I highlighted the 4-hour waits in Wales, but in Scotland there are similar pressures. There's Ayrshire, there's a 3-hour wait there. So these are not specific problems to any one government. I have set out what we are doing to help all ambulance trusts and regions of the country, and we are determined to give. We have put in funding to support the ambulance service. We put in funding to support NHS 111 to try and take some pressure off the ambulance service, and we are looking at the novel ways that in some parts of the country are working really well, whether that's having GPs in A&E to try and take those pressures off some people who are waiting a long time, or whether it's to look at having paramedics actually in GP surgery, which is also working well. Whatever works, we will look at to help take pressure off the system.
Sir Tony Lloyd.
Rochdale is especially vulnerable because its A&E was closed some many years ago now. It means that people are dependent on an ambulance service which is not in crisis because of the heat wave. It's been in crisis now for some considerable time. We don't need blandishments, Minister. Why does it take a crisis to see you come before this House to explain what has not yet happened?
Minister.
Well, we're not waiting for a crisis. I've set out the funding that we've put in place this year to £150 million of extra funding for the ambulance service. I highlighted how we're boosting the workforce too. In case you didn't hear in my opening remarks, that's nearly 2,300 more 999 call handlers at the start of June. We've also invested £50 million in NHS 111 capacity to help us reduce the demand. We've been doing this. There will be pressures on the ambulance service and our emergency services at times in the NHS. We saw that with COVID. We've got the heat wave this week, which will put pressure on, and there will be pressures on in winter. If opposition members think that there's some magical way of avoiding pressures, there isn't. What we need to do is provide resources and capacity to make sure the service can meet that demand.
Thank you
very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Further to the question about strokes. As we know, every minute counts, and the Minister's just told the House that in not every case is the ambulance response meeting, I think the 18-minute time that she said is the target. Given that, what advice would she give to members of the public who think that a loved one has had a stroke? should they ring 999 and hope the ambulance might turn up within the 18 minutes? But if not, should they put them in a car or a taxi and take them to A&E? And when they arrive at A&E and say, I think my loved one has had a stroke, what confidence might they have that they will be seen quickly, given that time is of the essence?
Can I thank the Honourable Gentleman? As someone who's suffered a stroke myself, I am very aware of the urgency of seeing stroke patients on time. I am not going to give clinical advice over the dispatch box. It's important that people dial 999 immediately if they suspect a stroke is in place. The ambulance callers will normally stay on the line with someone and advise them what to do depending on their symptoms, and will get an ambulance to them as quickly as possible. Once they arrive in hospital, if a stroke is suspected, they will be seen immediately. And we are not seeing reports of stroke patients once they're in hospital being delayed. It's crucial that they are seen urgently. The advice is to dial 999 and their clinical advice will be given to them over the phone.
Steve McKay.
Mr Speaker, West Midlands Ambulance Service says it's been a resource escalation action plan 4, the highest level of alert for several months now, almost unprecedented. Has the new Secretary of State spoken to the Chief Ambulance Officer for the West Midlands yet about this terrible situation?
He's absolutely right. They are at record pressures. These are the sort of pressures we would normally expect to see in winter, and we're seeing them in the summer months, which is usually their downtime, and it's extremely concerning for the months ahead as we do head into winter. I am meeting, as I said, all 11 ambulance trusts in the coming days. The Secretary of State has already been out with ambulance crews in the first few days of his appointment to hear from them direct about the pressures that they are facing. So I hope the Honourable Gentleman is reassured that we are both taking this extremely seriously.
Agreement.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This is a situation that my constituents are desperately worried about. We know that ambulance waiting times were not being met before the pandemic. So the Minister knows that this has a long background to it, and we know too there's been a crisis in A&E waiting times, and in my own hospital of Arrow Park Hospital in my constituency in May of this year, almost half of patients had to wait more than 4 hours. So given that this is a problem that's been a long time in the making and the government has known about this, and that it has to be recognised that one senior leader in the north of the country who doesn't want to be named has described the situation as dire for staff and patients, can she tell us what is the government going to do as a matter of urgency? Yeah. A matter of urgency to sort this issue, because my constituents are desperately worried about it. I have constituents who have lost people because of, well, we can't say because of, but that have entailed very long ambulance waits. And so it couldn't be more important to them. So I'd like an answer about what they're going to do urgently.
So there's two aspects to that. In terms of urgency, we have procured a contract for an auxiliary ambulance service with a total value of £30 million, which will provide national surge capacity if needed to support the ambulance response during periods of increased pressure. So that is there should we need it. But she talks about long-term plans. We have been investing in the ambulance service since 2010. I talked about the extra paramedics that we're training, 3,000 graduates every year to 2024 to increase our capacity. We've also made significant investments in the workforce with almost 40% increase since February 2010. So we are improving. Sometimes those changes do take time to come through, but we're investing in the workforce, we're providing more funding, we're training more paramedics, and we also have an auxiliary ambulance service procured should we need it.
Sean.
Speaker. Mr Speaker, 24 Hours in A&E used to be a reality TV programme. Now it's government policy. Can the Minister tell me why this government has presided over a watering down of standards that will see the zero tolerance for 12-hour ward waits in A&E, and 30-minute standard for ambulance handover delays scrapped?
Can I tell the Honourable Lady, the reason I'm standing at this dispatch box was my experience of working as a nurse in A&E under the last Labour government, because I believe it was them that introduced the 4-hour target, if she wants to listen to my response. And those targets look good on paper, but were very often just driven as tick-box exercises. And I used to look after patients. I remember an elderly gentleman who was waiting for over 4 hours on a hospital corridor when I was a nurse under the last Labour government. And he was sat there, laid there on his trolley, wanting to go to the toilet, and all we could do was wheel a curtain around him, and on a busy hospital corridor he went to the toilet. That was the experience under the last Labour government. So I won't take any lectures from members opposite about performance.
Matt Rother.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would urge the Minister to consider the position again and consider declaring an emergency. And I particularly wanted to draw her attention to issues in the South Central Ambulance Trust area, where there are long-standing severe pressures, particularly around recruitment and retention of staff, linked to the high cost of living in central southern England, in areas with very high house prices and where NHS staff pay has not kept up with the local labour market. And in particular, I'd like to draw attention to the additional enormous pressure of the heat wave in the south of England and London, where temperatures are particularly high. And I do hope she will look at this on a national basis, but also consider the particular problems in our part of England.
So I have set out to honourable members the work we're doing to increase capacity in the ambulance service, from the funding of £150 million to training more paramedics to increasing the workforce by 40%. For the heatwave, we published the heatwave plan for England earlier this year. The Shadow Secretary of State wasn't sure if he'd read it, but I would urge all members to read it. We are watching this on a daily basis. It isn't just about the heatwave, it's about the COVID pressures enabling hospitals to be able to discharge patients. It's about the winter pressures that will come later this year, and making sure we've got resilience in the system.
Mary Kelly Ford.
I've heard from one of my constituents in Durham who had suffered a stroke, was left to wait for nearly 2 hours for an ambulance, and they're now severely disabled. This is obviously an issue being repeated across the country. So can the Minister tell me what she's doing now urgently for when my constituents in Durham need an ambulance urgently, that they get one? Because the plans she's outlined and the investment spoken of obviously isn't good enough.
Minister.
Well, we are working urgently on this, as I'm sure the health service in Wales, who are facing the same problems, and the health service in Scotland, who are facing the same problems. We are all working hard to address those. As I've said to her, we've procured a contract for an auxiliary ambulance service of value of £30 million to increase capacity should we need it. And I will be meeting with all ambulance trusts in the coming days to make sure that we've got the resilience we need, not just to catch up with some of the pressures that were there before COVID, not just to deal with the pressures that they are facing now, but to future-proof it for the winter months that are coming.
At Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Joyce, a 96-year-old survivor of the Coventry Blitz, sadly fell in her care home back in April, and she lay in agony screaming for 10 hours. At the time of the call, the 999 call, there were 63 people awaiting ambulances, and on that day there were over 1,100 hours lost due to a hospital handover delays. Clearly, a major factor in the issue of these delays is the handover and capacity in our A&E and also the wards. The government's had 12 years to sort out the issue of social care. So does the Minister support the calls from various leadership candidates to make tax cuts and remove the NI increase that was supposed to be supporting social care?
Minister.
I'm not sure if that means that the Honourable Gentleman is now supportive of the social care levy, which is there to pay for improvements to social care. It's this government that's bringing forward the changes, the ICBs, which are bringing health and social care together to deliver on the delayed discharges that we have. I've been very honest, they are having an impact on bed capacity and having a knock-on effect on our ambulance services. If he's now changed his mind and now supports the social care levy, then I welcome that news.
And Diana Johnson.
With the greatest of respect to the Minister, I cannot fathom why the Secretary of State for Health is not here when we are facing such a perfect storm. Because the Home Secretary failed to turn up to the Home Affairs Select Committee this morning, can I just ask the Minister, is this a new approach that the government are taking, that members of the Cabinet do not turn up to be accountable and for scrutiny to happen in this House anymore?
Yeah. Well, I can reassure the Honourable Lady that I'm the Minister responsible for ambulances, which is why I'm standing here at the dispatch box. The Secretary of State has been out on visits meeting clinical teams this morning, and I think it's important that he hears first-hand from those who are on the front line. I got into politics to make sure that those of us who worked on the front line, I know she rolls her eyes, Mr Speaker, maybe she doesn't have much respect for those of us who worked on the front line. We are dealing with this situation, and we will be supporting the ambulance service over the coming months, and I think her response is extremely disappointing.
Can I just say, I did grant the UQ because it was the Shadow Secretary of State that put it in, and normally you would expect the Secretary of State to come. I do recognise they may be busy in other areas, but it's something that we ought to be aware of. More and more, we're less seeing of Secretary of States across all departments, not just this one. Helen Morgan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Last Friday, I passed by Shrewsbury Hospital. It's in a neighbouring constituency, but it's the hospital that serves my constituents. It wasn't a particularly bad day, but there were 8 ambulances waiting to transfer patients in the heat with their doors open. It's not a new situation. I've repeatedly raised this issue in this place. On my first day in Parliament with the Prime Minister, I've raised it with the Secretary of State for Health, in an adjournment debate and a Westminster Hall debate with the member for Charnwood. All of those people have now resigned. Shrewsbury and Telford Hospital Trust has declared its 5th critical incident this year. When is the government going to end the chaos and the infighting and start taking steps to prevent avoidable deaths in Shropshire and across the country?
Well said. Well, I can reassure that the Honourable Member for Telford has been working very hard behind the scenes to get more investment into that local hospital, and we will be making announcements shortly on future funding for hospital trusts.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister and Government were able to respond for the COVID-19 pandemic and showed resources could be made available. So can I ask the Minister this question in a positive fashion? Is it possible to use some of the very successful COVID-resourced helplines to provide short-term advice on heat-related issues for people to contact rather than perhaps ringing, as they often do, the GP out of hours? Or what else can the Minister's Department do to take pressure off the A&E and out-of-hours GP surgeries? Thanks very much.
The Honourable Members made a very constructive suggestion, one of the first of the afternoon, may I say. There are lessons that were learnt during COVID that are being rolled out across emergency services, and we are looking at best practice in those parts of the country where response times are better and see if we can share those. I'm very keen to look at any option that takes the pressure. We are investing in 111, which enables people to have alternative ways of getting urgent care directed to them. We are looking at 111 being able to make direct referrals as well. So there are a number of options. I'm happy to have suggestions from any honourable member if they are keen to see those happening in practice.
You've tempted me, and I shouldn't really. Just say I could be very helpful to say if you reopen Chorley A&E to 24 hours rather than 12 hours, it'll take the number of ambulances queuing at Preston and Wigan, and we'll have more ambulances on the road. So thanks for the welcome. Sorry? Just let people go.
Have you called it?
Yeah, well, yeah. Thanks for that. Right. Urgent question, Siobhan McDonough.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To ask the Foreign Secretary if she will make a statement on the state of emergency declared in Sri Lanka.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We are closely monitoring the fast-moving and fluid political, economic and security situation in Sri Lanka. The Minister of State for South Asia has engaged directly with our High Commissioner and team on the ground. We encourage all sides to find a peaceful, democratic and inclusive approach to resolving the current political and economic challenges. Sri Lanka's political and economic challenges should be resolved through an inclusive and cross-party process. Any transition of power should be peaceful, constitutional and democratic, and I call on all parties to exercise restraint and refrain from violence.
Siobhan McDonough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A state of emergency has been declared in Sri Lanka by Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe after President Rajapaksa fled the country last night. This follows weeks of protests on the island, with inflation running at more than 50%, rocketing the price of everyday goods. The health system is on the verge of collapse due to lack of medicine. There is no fuel for essential transport services and medical vehicles. There have been power cuts, school closures, and we woke this morning to protesters overtaking the Prime Minister's office, tear gas fired by police, a curfew imposed on the capital, and the national TV broadcast suspended. This is a crisis in democracy, decades in the making. The world turned away when the Rajapaksa government cluster-bombed its own people committing genocide, murdered its journalists and enriched a small group led by one family. Their malign dynastic control has stripped the country bare, leaving behind a broken nation on the brink of economic collapse. Sri Lanka is unable to buy essential goods from abroad and for the first time in its history failed to make a payment on its foreign debt, a consequence of swinging populist tax cuts at the time of economic instability. Tory leadership candidates, beware. An IMF bailout is essential. But does the Minister agree with me that any financial assistance must go hand in hand with democratic and human rights reforms, particularly for the Tamil community who continue to fight for truth, justice and accountability as a result of the human rights abuses perpetrated at the end of the civil war by the outgoing Rajapaksa regime?
I'm grateful for the honourable member for her question. As I say, that we have been monitoring this very fast-moving and fluid situation, and both kind of political, economic and security one too. And as in her question as well, you know, we urge for a peaceful and democratic transition in line with the Constitution and the rule of law. As I say, the Minister for South Asia has been thoroughly engaged with the team on the ground in the High Commission. And also, I'd just like to kind of stress that actually he visited Sri Lanka earlier this year and specifically met with a range of civil society groups to discuss the human rights situation. And he also, at the time as well, met with ministers, for instance, including the President and the Foreign Minister, and urged them to take steps to improve human rights and deliver justice and accountability following the conflict. But I'd like to reassure the House, you know, we are kind of closely monitoring the situation on the ground, a very, very fast-moving and fluid situation.
Dr. Matthew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it a pity that some people are seeking to use this debate as to perform criticism of the government in Sri Lanka as it currently is. And the Honourable Lady can chunt it from a sedentary position, but the elephant in the room isn't about the governance of Sri Lanka. It's actually about the decision in 2019 to become an organic country within 10 years, which has led to food shortages, which has led to overseas remittances not being returned. The problem in Sri Lanka is there's no food for people to eat. So what the British government need to do is to assist that country and to assist agencies to ensure that only food, fuel and other supplies are provided. We need to come to a Commonwealth country in its time of great crisis, not make silly political statements.
I'm grateful for my honourable friend for his question. And as I say, you know, we are monitoring this very closely. But actually in answer to one of the points that he made, but also a point the honourable lady made, you know, the UK economic support is forthcoming through multilateral institutions like the IMF and the World Bank. You know, the UK is the joint fifth largest shareholder in the IMF and is a major contributor to the UN and World Bank.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome this urgent question to an emerging situation brought by the Honourable Member for Mitchin and Morden, who I know is a long-standing and consistent friend of Sri Lanka. And as we speak, Sri Lanka is convulsed by political and economic crisis. Months of mounting economic difficulties and political mismanagement have led to a chronic shortage of basic goods and medicines, large numbers of people on the streets demanding systemic change to the political system. Reports now indicate that President Rajapaksa has fled to the Maldives in a military jet rather than resigning and facing the consequences, leaving the country in political paralysis and the announcement of a state of emergency. While I sincerely hope that a new government with popular support can be swiftly formed, from past evidence we know that the Sri Lankan people have experienced extrajudicial killings and human rights abuses, and the fear is that amidst the chaos and the latest announcement may lead to increases in community tensions, reprisals or further examples of human rights abuses. And as a member of the Commonwealth family, this would be completely unacceptable, and I have to say I'm unimpressed by the Minister's response to date and the fact that this urgent question was laid for her boss, the Foreign Secretary. Instead, we do have a ministerial response, which is a pattern that's emerging this week in Parliament. But what is clear is that the Sri Lankan people will need our help, and quickly, not only in the days and weeks ahead as they grapple with the chronic shortages and political instability, but in the months and years beyond to secure a brighter and more stable future. Two brief questions, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, the Minister will know that I wrote to her on the 29th of June asking for a response with this emerging situation. This is not new. It's been bubbling away for 2-3 weeks, and yet I have not had a response to my inquiry. Would she give this House the courtesy of a reply and confirm that on her return to the office she will have officers draft a response reflecting the updated situation overnight? And secondly, could she outline the more immediate support offered to Sri Lanka, the engagement with partners in the region, including India, and whether the government will now redouble efforts to bring to justice those implicated in human rights abuses in Sri Lanka? We have this unique opportunity not only to support an ally, a friend and a member of the Commonwealth during their time of need, but help to bring peace, justice and a more sustainable and brighter future to the Sri Lankan people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I'm just going to remind people, and I've said it before, if we go over time, I will cut them off. Please stick to the allocated time. That's the grounds that we grant UQs, please. Minister.
I'm very grateful, Mr. Speaker. On one of the points, Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful for her welcoming me to the dispatch box to answer the question, because quite frankly, we do answer many questions on behalf of the Foreign Office. So I don't think it's very unusual to find me standing here at the dispatch box for an urgent question. In terms of her letter, I would be more than happy to respond to the letter after the debate. I'm not going to go over many of the things I've already said before. All I would say is there are a number of these the situation on the ground, a number of the stories, but I don't want to speculate. It is a very fast-moving situation, it's fluid, and we are monitoring it very closely. And I would also say the Minister for South Asia has been working very closely on this matter and does raise human rights issues.
Dr. Andrew Morrison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Clearly, the dire economic situation forced by ex-President Rajapaksa and his outfit lie at the heart of what's going on in Sri Lanka. Does the Minister agree with me that the risk is that, given Sri Lanka's indebtedness to China and the prospect of cheap fuel from Russia, that country, Sri Lanka, stands every risk of falling within the maw of malign jurisdictions? Will she therefore do everything in her power to ensure that the IMF is engaged to try to sort out this, particularly since part of the issue would appear to be uncosted, unfunded, populist inflationary tax cuts from 2019, which I'm very sure the IMF will take a very severe view of?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for his question, and I think what I would like to reassure him is that UK economic support is forthcoming through multilateral institutions like the IMF.
SNP spokesperson Alan Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Sri Lanka is a wonderful place with wonderful people, and I'm sure all our hearts go out to them during this terrible crisis, which has been, as members have said, brewing a long time in the making. This needs concerted international effort to get through the immediate humanitarian crisis. Now, the UN Humanitarian Needs and Priorities Plan has called for $47.2 million in short-term emergency aid. I appreciate the Minister might not give us a number today, but can she confirm the UK will be contributing to that? Also, on accountability, the fact that the President's fled, he can't flee accountability. Would the Minister agree with me that him and all his officials complicit in acts of humanitarian abuses will be held accountable and must be held accountable, and the UK will contribute to those efforts? And on the wider point, this was triggered by economics, as we've heard, with inflation at 54% this month, last month likely to be 70% this month, and that's a terrible cost of living crisis for the ordinary Sri Lankans. Now, that was triggered in part by unmanageable debt. Now, the UK is in an important position in the IMF and the World Bank, and this doesn't just apply to Sri Lanka. I fear that there's other countries having trouble with unmanageable debt as well. What talks has the Minister had on that? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If I start with the humanitarian support, I would like to provide kind of reassurance that, we remain very, very concerned about the impact of the economic and political situation on the humanitarian crisis. And we're working with the United Nations and its agencies in coordination of their human needs and priorities plan. With regards to accountability, as Sri Lanka enters a new political settlement, the UK will maintain its advocacy on the importance of justice and accountability for alleged war crimes and human rights violations from the war. And this remains crucial for building on peace-building efforts supported through the UNHCR process and for social cohesion.
Sir David.
Madam Speaker, can I first of all congratulate the Honourable Lady, the Member for Mitcham Morden, securing this question? Yeah. And can I agree with her that this horrible, appalling situation for the people of Sri Lanka has been brought about by the corruption of the Rajapaksa government, their populist unfunded tax cuts, their skyrocketing defence expenditure, their draconian police powers, and the cronyism corruption the like we've rarely ever seen. And therefore, can I urge the Minister to work with international partners for a full economic and political solution to support the Democrats in Sri Lanka? Can we start with an economic package with the IMF and others so we can give immediate support? But can that be followed and included with a political package which includes an international arrest warrant for President Rajapaksa and his cronies? Can it also include a demand for political freedom, the respect of rights and human rights of everyone on the island of Sri Lanka, including the Tamil and Muslim minorities?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think what I would like to kind of reiterate is that, the political and economic challenges should be resolved through an inclusive and cross-party process. We encourage all sides to find a peaceful, democratic and inclusive approach. And of course we do work with our international partners on this matter. And I think I've already set out, the economic support that we've provided through multilateral institutions such as the IMF, World Bank, and also organisations like the UN.
Valerie Vaz.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there is a large diaspora of Sri Lankan people who live here who are desperately worried about their family back in Sri Lanka. So, and the Minister has made no mention of the Prime Minister's involvement. So could she, at the end of this urgent question, ask the Prime Minister to pick up the phone to the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka and ask him to stop firing at innocent people?
I'm grateful for the Honourable Lady's question. I think one of the things I quite understand, the point that she's making, that there are family here, there's a diaspora here who are concerned about their family, and I can completely understand that. As I said earlier on, I would like to reassure the House that the Minister for South Asia is in regular dialogue with the High Commission and the team on the ground in order to be able to kind of keep an up-to-date view on the situation there. After all, it is incredibly fluid and fast-moving.
Stephen Timms.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. David Cameron, when he was Prime Minister, visited Sri Lanka in 2013, and after that, the UK with Sri Lanka jointly moved a resolution at the United Nations Human Rights Council setting out a mechanism for resolving the legacy of the issues we've heard about today. That Sri Lanka has largely ignored its obligations under that resolution since then. In the last 3 years, it's not even paid lip service to them. Will it be a requirement of the medium-term support that's going to be needed for Sri Lanka that it does come back into compliance with its obligations under the decisions of the United Nations Human Rights Council?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think what I'd like to say on this is through our leadership at the UN Human Rights Council process that we've been encouraging Sri Lanka to respect democratic and international human rights standards as Sri Lanka makes its political transition. And it was in March this year that the UK government and our core group of partners led an ambitious new resolution on Sri Lanka at the UNHCR.
Barry Gardner.
Thousands of Tamil in my constituency of Brent North are deeply concerned, but they look back to a history in 2013 where the then coalition government supported the move to have Chogam in Sri Lanka. They look back to the measures that the UK government took when part of the European Union to end GSP Plus, to reinstate GSP Plus, to give the trade preferences back to Sri Lanka, all of which this side of the House advised against at that time, saying that this government in Sri Lanka was no more than a kleptocracy. And that is what has now been proven. So the Minister really does need to outline the measures that she's going to take to support a new, strong, inclusive and democratic government in that state.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think I've been clear throughout that we all encourage all sides to find that peaceful, democratic and inclusive approach to resolving the situation. And I can stress to the House that the Minister for South Asia has been doing exactly that in terms of calling for that, but also engaged with the High Commission on the ground and through all of his kind of ministerial contact.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and indeed the Minister would agree that dismissing any woman's urgent question in this House as silly is disrespectful to the subject matter that we have in hand, because we all recognise how serious the situation is. The member might chunter from a sedentary position, but the women are talking now, and we're talking about human rights, because many of us recognise the United Nations told us over 100,000 Tamils were potentially killed during the 26-year-long genocide. The Minister will know that the UNHCR has been investigating this matter, and that further to my colleague from my nearby colleague from East Ham, I do apologise, it's been a long day, it's a hot day, there is due to be a report, there is due to be further criticism of the resolution that's at the United Nations. Can she tell us whether she's had any talks with the United Nations as to whether that timetable will vary, and when might our constituents finally see justice for the Tamil communities arise?
I'm grateful for the Honourable Lady for her question, and what I would say is given the situation on the ground, it is a very serious matter. We are seeing deeply concerning scenes, and so I'm more than happy to be at this dispatch box answering the question. As I've said throughout, we are concerned about the human rights environment in Sri Lanka, and those concerns are quite wide-ranging, from the harassment of civil society groups, the range of civilian functions brought under military control, increased anti-Muslim sentiment, and the reversal of progress on post-conflict accountability and reconciliation. But I would like to reassure the House, we do lead the way in the UNHRC in terms of the process, and we will encourage Sri Lanka to respect democratic and international human rights standards.
Matt Rodder.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And as we've heard today, Sri Lanka is a Commonwealth country, and there are very deep community ties across the UK to many towns and cities, and I want to pay tribute to the local Sri Lankan community in Berkshire. Will the Minister set out in some detail in her response, as she's committed to write to my honourable friend, will she set out in some detail what the UK is going to do in terms of supporting the IMF process, bilateral aid of any type that we can offer, and also action on potential human rights matters as well?
I am grateful for the honourable gentleman for his question, and I know I will, of course, be writing to the honourable lady following this urgent question. What I would say is that we are well within the timeframes of answering responding to the letter itself.
Crasheroony.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The human rights abuses of the Sri Lankan police force have been well documented, and it's been clear in their response to the widespread protests that we've seen that their unacceptable treatment of the people in Sri Lanka, and particularly the Tamil community, and their draconian powers have been a key contributor to the current unrest. Now, the UK government has been funding police training in Sri Lanka, despite clear evidence of these abuses. Can the Minister confirm whether those police and security forces involved in the response to these protests have received funding from the UK government, and will she commit to ending this funding as soon as possible?
I thank the honourable lady for her question. So the UK's police training in Sri Lanka has focused on the role of women in the police service and improving responses to sexual and gender-based violence. Police Scotland have confirmed that they will not seek to participate in any future programmes in Sri Lanka.
Sam Tarry.
Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wonder if the Right Honourable Member, the Minister, would agree with me that the UK Government must bring play its role in bringing a peaceful transition to a democratically elected government in Sri Lanka, which is inclusive and allows for the self-determination of all of the peoples of the island of Sri Lanka. And with that, make forward representations that the new Sri Lankan government must be formed with a new constitution that is pluralist, ensures long-term stability and prosperity, as well as self-determination for all communities on that island. And crucially, that once that government has been formed, it ratifies the Rome Statute so that accountability of mass atrocities and alleged genocide can finally be agreed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As I've said a number of times, we do encourage all sides to find that peaceful, democratic and inclusive approach. And we do urge for that transition to be in line with the Constitution and rule of law.
Margaret Ferrier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It has been reported that doctors in Sri Lanka have had to resort to using social media to try and source critical medicine and equipment. Will the UK government be providing any support for the nation's medical community to help ensure Sri Lankans can access urgent medical treatment when needed?
So I am very grateful for the honourable lady for her question, and what I would like to reassure her is that we are providing humanitarian support for those in Sri Lanka.
Jim Shannon.
Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for her response. What aid is the Minister and Government able to make available for those who rely on tourism for their income and who find themselves starving, which seems to be the story at the moment? And what contact has been made to ascertain if the NGOs or the churches, and there's many church groups, I know from my constituency, I have some as well, who have the capacity to distribute aid to those not involved in the unrest, but who are watching their children starve just because of the very things that are happening on the streets of Sri Lanka?
I would like to reassure the honourable gentleman that my colleague, the Minister for South Asia, did actually meet with a number of civil society and NGOs earlier in the year when he actually visited Sri Lanka.
Gareth Thomas.
Very grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. What the Minister may not know is that Tory MP after Tory MP has taken trips funded by the Rajapaksa government to this very troubled island. And as a result, it's always been striking the lack of criticism on, of the Rajapaksa government on human rights and governance. I do hope the Minister will be able to tell the House that the Foreign Office had absolutely no involvement at all in the escape of Mr Rajapaksa from Sri Lanka. And can she reassure the House too that if the people of Sri Lanka want him back to face trial for corruption and poor governance, that Britain will play its role in helping get him back from the Maldives?
Yeah. I'm really kind of disappointed, actually, that of the nature of that question. We are seeing a situation on the ground where I am stood here at the dispatch box because what we want is a peaceful, democratic and inclusive approach so that, we've talked earlier on about, families who were worried about families in Sri Lanka. We've been calling for restraint and a refrain from violence. So I'm just not going to accept that question.
Point of order, Valerie Vance.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to make a point of order as this relates to honourable members visiting my constituency. Could you please advise me on how I should deal with a breach of protocol where I'm informed by the honourable members within a few hours on the day of the visit and these visits have been undertaken by members for Walsall North and the member for Aldridge Brown Hills, and I have given notice that I will be making the point of order today. So by way of example, in the case of the honourable member for Aldridge Brown Hills, she told me on the 4th of February that she'd be visiting Walsall College on the day. On the 25th of April, I was informed by text, and on the 1st of May, I was informed that the member would be in my constituency on the day of her visit. The honourable member for Walsall North on the 6th of November 2020, 1st of January 2021, 11th of April 2022 and the 1st of July 2022 informed me that he would be visiting my constituency on the day in question. Both honourable members are former whips and should know the rules. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd be grateful if you could confirm that according to the protocol set out in rules of behaviour and courtesies in the House of Commons, advance notice is required of visits to the constituency of another member. And could I ask you, Madam Deputy Speaker, to make a statement to confirm these rules, that advance notice is not on the day itself? Thank you.
Well, I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Member for giving notice of her point of order, and I'm also grateful that she has notified the members concerned that she intended to raise this matter. The most recent edition of the courtesies booklet she refers to says that all reasonable efforts should be taken to notify another member if that member intends to visit if another member intends to visit their constituency, obviously except on a purely private visit. To not do so is considered very discourteous. Whilst the booklet does not set out a minimum notice period, I agree that receiving notice on the day of the visit does not reflect the intention of the guidance. And I think we all know that it is highly unlikely that visits would be organised on the day. So they must very likely to have been arranged beforehand. So whilst I trust the members concerned in this instance to resolve the issue without my assistance, I am happy to clarify the general point. I would expect all members to make efforts not just to respect the letter of the guidance but its spirit, and to give notice at least in advance of the day of the visit itself. And I hope this will be passed back through the relevant channels on all sides of the House to make sure that this is made very clear to members and right honourable members. I think we'll leave it at that. Point of order, Dame Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And on a point of order, the Home Secretary was due to meet the Home Affairs Select Committee this morning. We arranged this in April for an evidence session on, amongst other things, the new Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, problems at the Passport Office, small boat crossings in the Channel and the government's Rwanda policy, and the lack of progress in prosecuting and convicting those who commit rape and other sexual violence against women and girls. Shortly before 5 p.m. yesterday, the Home Secretary wrote to me to say that she was withdrawing. This is tantamount to providing no notice at all. It deprives the committee of the chance to scrutinise her conduct, the conduct of her department, before the summer recess. We have requested her presence next Wednesday, but have yet had no response. She told us that she could not come because of changes in her ministerial team and other wider unprecedented changes since she agreed to give evidence. I think this is a very weak excuse to avoid scrutiny of the Home Office at this time, and it was only ever the Home Secretary and the Permanent Secretary who were appearing before the committee. And in fact, the Home Secretary put out a statement last week saying that she did not resign as Home Secretary because the role of the Home Secretary demands that the holder of the office to be focused on the business of government and national security. So what steps, Madam Deputy Speaker, can a committee of this House take when a minister refuses to be scrutinised and demonstrates such discourtesy to this House?
Is this further to that point of order? Stephen Kinnock.
Following up on the excellent point of order that my honourable friend, the member for Kingston upon Hull North, just made, you'll agree, I'm sure, Madam Deputy Speaker, that select committees play an absolutely crucial role in this place in holding the government to account, and our ability to do so depends on those select committees. There's chaos in the Passport Office, a broken asylum system, unworkable Rwanda plan, crime up, prosecutions down, confidence in the police at record low. Following up on what my honourable friend has said, Madam Deputy Speaker, could you please advise on what can be done to ensure that the Home Secretary does indeed attend the Select Committee next Wednesday, as has been pointed out? Thank you.
Hear, hear. Well, I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Lady, the Chair of the Select Committee, and to the Shadow Minister for giving notice of her point of order. If you could just refrain. Mr. Speaker has said repeatedly how important Select Committee work is and how ministers should do their best to facilitate it with timely appearances at evidence sessions. And I'm sure the Speaker would share the Right Honourable Lady's frustration that her committee's evidence session has been cancelled at such short notice. I don't know the reasons the Home Secretary has provided for the cancellation, so I will refrain from saying more now, other than I hope, and I'm sure Mr. Speaker would hope, that the Home Secretary will very quickly provide an alternative date which is acceptable to the committee, and I hope again that the Treasury bench will feed this back through the relevant channels. I thank both members for their...
Point of order.
Point of order, Jessie Norm.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As you will be aware, the government is at present in a caretaker mode pending the election of a new Prime Minister. Is it your view that this caretaker mode also extends to its interactions with Parliament? Because there are several pieces of potentially problematic... So sorry, I'm so sorry, Madam Deputy Speaker, I apologise, my colleagues. With the government in caretaker mode, could I ask your advice as to whether this also extends to its interactions with Parliament? Because there are a series of potentially contentious pieces of legislation that could be laid in the next few days, and I would like to suggest that perhaps this falls outside the remit of strictly attending to business in the government's relationships with this House. And I seek and clarify your guidance. In particular, I have in mind the broadcast or media bill, which covers the potential privatisation of Channel 4, which is a matter of great interest and some political controversy across the House.
Well, I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for his point of order. I gather a similar point of order was made yesterday by the Right Honourable Gentleman for Halton Price, I believe, David Davis. The scheduling of government business is not a matter for the Chair, it's a matter for the government. I might suggest that this is something that he might like to raise at business questions perhaps tomorrow. That would be a forum for him to be able to further question the Leader of the House with regard to the points that he's made about government business at the moment. Thank you. Point of order, Daniel Zeitner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the debate on the report stage of the Higher Education Bill on June the 13th, the Right Honourable Member for Chingford and Woodford made a series of charges about Jesus College in Cambridge, which is in my constituency, and I've informed the Right Honourable Member that I'm intending to raise this point of order. The college is rightly concerned about the reputational damage that is done when members of this House make such accusations, particularly when there's little opportunity for those being criticised to defend themselves. And it's particularly galling in the college had written to the Right Honourable Member over a year ago to correct previous misrepresentations. The college insists that intellectual independence is always safeguarded and point out the financial contributions in question had in fact been promoted and supported by the then Conservative government, and they're very happy to meet any member who has concerns to ensure that these often complex historical situations are properly understood. So I seek your advice, Madam Deputy Speaker, on how such misrepresentations may be prevented in future.
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for giving notice of his point of order and for also confirming that he has told the Right Honourable Member for Chingford and Woodford Green that he intends to raise the issue. The Chair is not responsible for the content of members' contributions. Also, freedom of speech is essential to our effective functioning, and I'm sure he will appreciate that it is important that members are able to set out their views, even if those views are questioned or opposed. I appreciate that actually the Honourable Member was very keen to put on record the views that he has and of the response of the college, and he has obviously done that. Thank you. Point of order, Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. During questions to the Prime Minister, the Honourable Member for Hemel Hempstead, I've inadvertently misled the House over the decision-making process to proceed with redeveloping West Hertfordshire hospitals at St Albans, Hemel Hempstead and Watford General. I've notified the Honourable Member by email and in person of this point. He unfortunately repeated the claim during a point of order earlier today that all sites had not been considered by the Trust when reaching this decision, implying this was the wrong thing to do. The Honourable Member may not be aware that the judicial review brought by campaigners who share his view, who brought the judicial review in October 2020, found that the Trust had acted properly and legally when they concluded that developing one of the greenfield sites that he would suggest would be too risky and take far too long to bring to fruition. As such, Madam Deputy Speaker, it was quite proper that the Trust did not consider these risky sites. So I wonder, Madam Deputy Speaker, if you could advise me on the most expedient way for the Honourable Member to be able to correct the record on this important point, and how we as a House might press the Government to urgently release funds to our hospital trusts where buildings are literally crumbling down. Thank you.
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for her point of order. She is in effect continuing a discussion which took place earlier during Prime Minister's questions. And as I've just said in response to another point of order, it really is not for the Chair. I'm not responsible for the comments made by Honourable or Right Honourable members. There are plenty of ways which she can, if she would like to consult the table office, that she can that she could use in order to put her point of view on the record. She has just done that, but I really don't want to effectively just continue a debate of where there are different views. It's not really appropriate for a point of view for order, and I hope this is not. I should, if the right honourable gentleman wishes to make a further point of order, as he has been referred to, I fear I must go to him first, but I am anxious that we just don't spend the whole afternoon debating different views about what was said earlier. Sir Mike Penning.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Lady for informing me that she was going to contradict my comments that I had at Prime Minister's Question Time. I was just exposing the contradictions that are going on in West Hertfordshire, and my constituents, who I'm responsible for looking after, do not want a tower block built in Watford at 1.2 billion. We want a new hospital on a greenfield site, and that's what we'll continue to campaign for.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for that point of order. It is as I feared slightly. We are continuing this debate, and I am quite anxious that we move on to the very important business before the House. Sir Bill Wiggin, point of order.
Mr. Speaker, would you be kind enough to pass on my thanks to Mr. Speaker, who very wisely and rightly curtailed the debate on special forces during Prime Minister's Question Time. These people are the bravest, most wonderful constituents I could ever hope to represent, and the attack on them and on Sir Mark Carlton-Smith by the BBC was without evidence. And so curtailing that debate is very welcome, and would you mind passing on my thanks?
I will pass on the comments of the right honourable gentleman, but I should be very clear that the Speaker made clear that we have to be very careful to references about this at this point. So I'm going to absolutely leave it there and move on to the 10-minute rule bill. Liz Twist.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to provide for a code of practice to be followed by retailers of fashion clothing, footwear and accessories in their relationships with suppliers, to set up an adjudicator with the role of enforcing that code of practice and encouraging compliance with it, and for connected purposes. Now, the COVID-19 pandemic saw major disruption within the retail sector. As shops shut, retailers cancelled orders from suppliers, refused to pay for goods already in production or in process, delayed payments by long periods, and demanded reductions in price for clothes that had already been shipped. Meanwhile, issues of worker exploitation and COVID unsafe working environments made their way into the headlines. In June 2020, workers in Leicester garment factories were found to have been paid as little as £3 an hour and are alleged to have been trafficked, forced to go to work despite testing positive for COVID-19 and involved in furlough fraud. But revelations about working conditions were not confined to the UK. 2020 saw millions of workers, largely women, made destitute in Bangladesh, Cambodia, Myanmar, Pakistan, Sri Lanka and Vietnam, as suppliers have been forced to lay off workers and been unable to pay living wages. Indeed, the garment sector has been identified by the United Nations International Labour Organization as one of the hardest hit by COVID's disruption of trade. It estimates that 86 million garment workers worldwide are now in extreme hardship, unable to pay their rent, feed their families and send their children to school. Now, these problems are not new, but they are connected. They illustrate much wider problems in the garment production system. For decades, UK retailers have imposed purchasing practices on their suppliers, which have at times amounted to illegal breaches of contract and can be abusive. That means that the volatility facing suppliers as a result of these practices and the need to meet their fixed costs has led to the problem being passed down to workers in the form of wage reductions and mass unemployment. This problem was reported on in 2019 by the Environmental Audit Committee, who reported on a race to the bottom culture in the fashion industry, which, they said, creates an environment for precarious employment. The COVID-19 pandemic shed fresh light on the power imbalance between buyers, suppliers and workers in the ready-made garment chain that drives these unfair practices. For example, in December 2022, retailers were still paying the same price for garments that they've been paying in March 2021, despite costs associated with rising prices of inputs and COVID-19 mitigation. These practices amount to an example of gross market failure and poor contract enforcement, which has become the mechanism by which a desire for cheap and flexible supply translates to poor working conditions and insecure employment. Many contracts do not have clauses enabling such practice, but supplier dependency on their consumers has created a climate of fear which has prevented suppliers from taking retailers to court. Now, so far, engagement with this issue by the government has amounted to affirmation of its commitment to review issues of non-compliance with labour rights legislation. This demonstrates a misunderstanding of the relationship between abusive purchasing practices and labour law violations. Enforcement of labour laws will not prevent the conditions that drive their evasion. When suppliers feel that they can't meet the demands of retailers without violating statutory minimums, their poor treatment of workers will be driven underground. And furthermore, the failure of retailers to make long-term commitments to purchase from suppliers precludes the possibility of establishing better working conditions in the future. There's an upshot to this predicament. Whilst the UK government may be limited in its ability to intervene in enforcement of worker protections overseas, introducing a fashion watchdog to regulate purchasing practices of domestic retailers will reduce supplier incentives to evade labour laws, both here in the UK and in other supplier countries, creating a better foundation for establishing good working conditions across the globe. Now, sadly, UK retailers were considered to be amongst the worst in the world, according to analysis by Bangladeshi suppliers, according to evidence submitted by charity Tradecraft Exchange to the Environmental Audit Committee. By June 2020, more than 80 UK retailers had cancelled orders worth more than £750 million owed to suppliers in Bangladesh alone. The decisions of individual companies have a significant impact. For example, as of June 2020, Primark had cancelled more than £98 million worth of orders, which had previously been placed with more than 100 Bangladeshi suppliers, impacting hundreds of thousands of workers. And later, Primark did commit, I'm glad to say, to pay for outstanding orders. Also from Tradecraft Exchange's evidence, we see that in the worst cases, suppliers received an email cancelling an order with no possibility of follow-up or resolution. In this manner, Peacocks, part of the Edinburgh Woolen Mill Group, sent emails advising its suppliers that products already landed in the UK would not be paid for, and cancelled more than $4 million worth of orders from at least Bangladeshi suppliers. One supplier wrote to their trade association, "They are holding the goods at the destination port to put pressure on us to give huge discount. These unethical buyers don't care of our people starving and struggling. We are communicating with them every day and request them to release the goods, but they never reply." And workers have been struggling and starving. In Bangladesh, where the garment trade produces 85% of export earnings and employs 4 million workers, an estimated 50% of factory owners and managers said they'd been subject to one or more abusive purchasing practices. During March and April 2020, at least 25% of workers in Bangladesh lost their jobs. Now, a recent survey by the University of Nottingham and Royal Holloway College of female garment workers in Cambodia, where 1 million people are employed in the sector, found that 85% had been suspended from work by October 2020, and the average take-home pay had fallen by 20%. This disruption drove problems of food insecurity and exacerbated an existing crisis of over-indebtedness. of garment workers. Now, the victims of these practices are not only workers but small and sustainable businesses who are unable to compete in such an unfair environment. The EAC's report at paragraph 135 says, "We heard concerns about the extra costs and barriers that the UK's sustainable fashion industry businesses face. Innovators are faced with competition from businesses who are focused on reducing costs and maximising profits regardless of environmental or social costs." Now, what do we need to do? To end these abusive purchasing practices and regulate the relationship between retailers and suppliers, the UK Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy should set out a timetable for establishing a garment trading adjudicator. This fashion watchdog would prevent fashion brands from cancelling orders without compensation or making last-minute changes, thereby levelling the playing field for fashion retailers and suppliers and creating an environment where suppliers are not compelled to evade labour law enforcement. The proposal should be modelled on the Groceries Code adjudicator, which was established in 2013. Evidence so far suggests that this adjudicator's enforcement of a fair purchasing code has drastically reduced the prevalence of abusing purchasing practices which were once widespread in the sector. In the annual supplier survey conducted to assess the effectiveness of this regulator, 79% of suppliers experienced a breach of the statutory fair purchasing code in 2014 and reduced to 29% of suppliers in 2021. The government needs to consult on what's included in the statutory code. It should include the principle of fair dealing to enable suppliers to act with certainty and should replicate the characteristics of the Groceries Code adjudicator. These measures are necessary to break the climate of fear which has thus far prevented suppliers from challenging retailers. I move.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Peter Aldous, Stephen Timms, Barry Shearman, Pauline Latham, Kate Green, Catherine McKinnell, Daisy Cooper, Mary Kelly-Foy, Carol Monaghan, Philip Dunn, Stella Creasy, and myself.
Liz Twist.
Fashion Supply Chain, Code and Adjudicator Bill.
Second reading what day?
25th of November.
25th of November. Thank you. Thank you. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Northern Ireland Protocol Bill, Committee.
Now. We now move to Committee of the Whole House. Order. Order. Order.
Northern Ireland Protocol Bill.
We will now move to Group 1 and we will begin with Amendment 1 to Clause 1, with which it will be convenient to consider the amendments, clauses and new clauses as listed on the selection paper. I call Sir Robert Neal to move Amendment 1.
Thank you very much, David. It's a pleasure to speak to this amendment, which links, of course, with my amendment 2 to Clause 26. They relate to the commencement and the bringing into operation of the provisions of the bill. The reason that I've cast them in this way is because of the nature of the bill itself. And of course, we'll come to Amendment 2 on day 3 of the committee, but Amendment 1 paves the way for it, so it may be convenient, Dame Rosie, for me to set out the thinking behind it in relation to both of those matters. And the essence of it is this. As was debated at some length at second reading, I don't seek to repeat everything that's said there, this is an unusual bill, a rather exceptional bill, and not necessarily in a good way, because it's one that, if fully brought into effect, would lead to the consequence of the United Kingdom breaking unilaterally, or departing unilaterally, from an international agreement, and therefore breaking its obligations under international law, both in terms of customary international law and the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties. That's a very grave and profound step for any government to take. There are circumstances in which it can be taken, and I recognise that. And the government's assertion at second reading was that the situation that has developed with the way in which the Northern Ireland Protocol has operated give rise, or potentially give rise, to those circumstances. The essence of that, though, depends upon a mixture of applying a evidence base, a factual evidence base, to the legal test. And the legal test in this case is essentially the International Customary Law Convention of Necessity, which is in fact now enshrined in Article 26 of the Articles on State Responsibility, adopted by the International Law Commission in 2001 and recognised by the UN General Assembly, by our government and by the international community as an authoritative statement of the law. And Article 25, I should say, of that doctrine sets out that necessity may be invoked if certain tests are met. The point of these amendments is to say that if the government is going to go down, or any government...
Would my honourable friend be good enough to give way on that point?
Can I just finish the phrase and then I will?
By all means.
Yeah. That if the government, or any government, were to take that step, it should do so upon the most compelling grounds so that the factual basis for their actions meets the legal test. The reputational consequences, politically, internationally and legally, are very significant, and therefore it should only be done when that is thoroughly tested and set before this House to be tested. I'll give way to my...
I'm most grateful to my honourable friend. I'd be grateful in view of the fact that he's referring to certain tests of a reputational character, whether he will tell the House what those tests are right now.
I can very happily, as we come to it very shortly, talk about the three, the essential tests of necessity, which are well recognised, as he knows, and well set out. But the principle behind the amendment, which I'll then go into the detail of, is precisely to say that if you're invoking that doctrine, a most unusual thing to do, you ought to come to the House and set out the basis upon which you seek to do so. And then the House has the chance to say whether or not we are prepared, on the basis of that which the government puts before us, to take the very exceptional step of putting ourselves in breach of a treaty obligation. That is the point. I'll give way, and then I'll must move. Yes, of course I give way. To right honourable gentleman first.
Thanks. I thank the member for giving way. I would accept that on the question of necessity, first of all, we have dysfunctional government in Northern Ireland, and the terms of the Belfast Agreement have totally broken down, and some have been removed. Secondly, that has been brought about not as a result of actions by this government, but as a result of the protocol and the actions of the EU and the way in which they have insisted the protocol be applied. And thirdly, would he accept that the EU have not even tried to remedy it because they've refused to negotiate? So necessity has been proved.
Well, let me return to that once I've set out the tests, because that's one of the issues that, with respect to the right honourable gentleman, I have much respect for him, is an issue that ought to be considered by the House on the factual basis that is set before it. And the tests are essentially these. First of all, that if it is that departing from the treaty is the only means available to the state party to safeguard, and I quote, an essential interest against a grave and imminent peril, and I quote from the case law and the text of the Convention. Let's just break that down. An essential interest. Well, it might be that the government could at some point come and make a case to say that the disruption, either economic or societal or political, in Northern Ireland gets to a stage that it could threaten an essential interest of the United Kingdom. I concede that. But I have not yet, as yet seen the evidence to justify that at this point in time. Secondly, well, forgive my honourable friend, he asked me to set out the test and I'm doing so. The second point is that it is necessary to safeguard an essential interest against a grave and imminent peril. Now, the Bingham Centre for the Rule of Law has helpfully given a briefing, and of course that sets out that that imports something that is very grave indeed. It's a high test, a very high test, and it imports a degree of urgency in the matter. A contingent or proximate risk doesn't come within the test of being a grave and imminent peril. And that's a risk with the way the bill is drafted at the moment. Again, evidence might be produced to show that it does, and the government might be able to make its case. Yeah, it ought to do so. And then, having also shown it is the only, again, can I just set out the test that I was asked to? It is also the only means whereby the government can safeguard that interest. And the difficulty that the government potentially have there is that within the protocol itself, Article 13 makes provision for a renegotiation, which most of us would think is the right route to solve these problems, and in the event of emergency measures, which might be closer to the test perhaps of an imminent peril, one might think, in the event of emergency, you then use the unilateral safeguarding provisions under Article 16. It might be difficult perhaps to argue as to how you can say necessity is met if you have not attempted and can demonstrate that you've attempted those routes first before you move unilaterally to breaching the protocol. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
My right honourable and learned friend, he makes a really interesting point about necessity, which is one that has exercised my own mind. But I'm interested in, as much as the Northern Ireland Court of Appeal said the Acts of Union had been subjugated by the protocol, and therefore I wonder what gravity and what imperative does he attach to such an existential threat to the Union?
It doesn't, I think, avail you in relation to the international law test in any event. And the difficulty with this bill is that it's seeking to disapply parts of the protocol in domestic law, but it does so in a way which breaches an international obligation. And at all events, could it be said that all available means have been taken to rectify that potential difficulty anyway? That comes back to my point, that the government, any government, should have to come to the House and set it out. I'll give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. I admire the elegant way in which he set out the three tests. However, the Joint Committee has been working at this for a long time and it has failed to make progress. At what stage, what circumstances does he envisage that we could proceed on the basis of this clause that we're debating at the moment? It seems to me we've exhausted the possibilities and we are at the position to defend the Good Friday Agreement of having to do this now. So why on earth is it necessary to have an amendment that will put another hurdle in the way of ministers trying to resolve this?
Well, with respect, I don't think it does put another hurdle in the way because it doesn't prevent the bill proceeding, and it doesn't prevent what I hope my right honourable friend, I know my right honourable friend wants to see, which is a negotiated settlement. By far the best thing that everyone in this House wants is for the protocol to be renegotiated. I concede at once that the protocol is not working. It's not working properly, it's not working as was intended. And part of that, I'll also readily concede, it is due to a rather intransigent stance that has been taken by the European Commission and their refusal, for example, to give greater flexibility to Vice President Šefčovič in his negotiating mandate. This is not an issue where all the fault is on one side at all. The EU have not acted wisely, or I think helpfully, in these matters. But that's not the same as saying that the international law test is therefore automatically made out as of now. I'll give way to my right friend, probably for the last time.
I think that would be fine at this stage. I only say this, that when my honourable friend is referring to grave and imminent and peril, would he not agree that at the heart of this entire problem lies the question of the democratic deficit? And I think, without going into it now, but I shall explain later, that the manner in which the legislation is pouring into Northern Ireland on every side, like a tsunami, as we put in our European Scrutiny Committee report, namely a motorway, we said, starting with a small number of cars following into a motorway. The bottom line is that that is a grave and imminent peril on a constant and perpetual basis, week in, week out, where they have absolutely no time or opportunity to say anything at any time.
Well, I think the difficulty that my honourable friend has there is this. That's an assertion. I'm not sure as yet we have had set out to the House the evidence base which the government says it has and is working on, which I referred to the Foreign Secretary to in the second reading debate and asked when are we going to see the evidence base that will set out the government's case and its reasoning. And I'll give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. He will recall that the member opposite raised the question of the necessity standard applying in a context where a state has not contributed to that state of necessity. Does he feel that that provision has been activated or in some sense triggered by this present situation?
Well, that is, of course, the fourth limb of the tests. Well, in fact, there are actually two other limbs of a five-limb test. One is that an essential interest of the other member states should not be imperilled by this. So in this case, essentially, the European Union member states. I have to say I don't think that they are by this bill, because it's pretty clear that the risk of leakage into the EU single market has been minimal, even in the way the protocol is operating, or partially operating now. So I think that's probably the strongest ground that the government has. But there is then also the argument as to whether or not the party which invokes the doctrine of necessity has in some way contributed to the situation. I think that's more finely balanced, in fairness. I have seen the briefing from the Beijing Centre which suggests that that test is not met either. I'm more prepared to give the government some potential slack on this, but the whole point is we need to have the evidence for that as well. Because, after all, at the end of the day, the government agreed the protocol. It agreed it not long ago in 2020, and, of course, would have done so on the basis of intending to operate it in good faith. And that, of course, is a very important reputation that this country has. But even before we get to those stages, and he's right to flag them up, I'm not at all sure that we yet have the evidence before the House to justify it. And can I then come back to my right honourable friend's point about why the amendment is necessary? Because what it then does is this. As it stands, the bill, as well as potentially setting up that risk of a breach of international obligation by directly disapplying certain areas of the protocol immediately, then gives ministers very wide powers to go further than that, and indeed then to effectively create new law and to change legislation by what's been described as one of the grandmothers of all Henry VIII clauses. Exceptionally wide delegated powers. And because of the issue that I came back to at the beginning, potential reputational risk of unilaterally departing from an international agreement that we have entered into in good faith without the most compelling grounds, that's not something, in my respectful submission to the House, that should be left to ministers acting under delegated powers. Yeah. The consequence of it is such important that it should come back to the House. And that needn't take long. The second amendment that I have, Amendment 2 to Clause 26, sets out a procedure which could be dealt with very swiftly by ministers coming to the House, laying a motion to approve the relevant matters and setting out their case. And if the case is made out, then I would happily vote for it. If I thought too, I just make this point, if I thought too that that great objective of seeing political stability return to Northern Ireland and a functioning executive in place once more, that might persuade me, and many others no doubt, to take a greater risk than might otherwise be the case. But as yet, I do not think we have the evidence that that would happen either. And so at the moment, we're in danger of giving ministers a very significant blank cheque on a matter which relates to our political and legal reputational standing in the world. And that's my objection to the way the bill stands in its current form. I don't rule out the possibility of the government using the bill, but it should come back to the House, make its case. And that's the essence of my case. Of course, I give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving way and thank him for his knowledge and experience that he brings to this House, which we all very much appreciate. Does the Right Honourable Gentleman agree with me and probably with others in this side of the chamber that the problem has been that Northern Ireland has been used as a bartering tool between the EU and the UK when it comes to trying to sort the part of the problems out. And the examples of that is whenever the vaccine was stopped from us and then it was made available. We've had all the other things about tariffs, with the issues with regulations and red tape. All those things are an imperative to show that the process quite clearly isn't working, and Northern Ireland doesn't want to be a bartering tool between the UK and the EU. We want to be part of the UK. Does the Right Honourable Gentleman understand why these issues are so important to us? I think he does, but I just would like to hear his opinion. Thank you.
I do understand that, and that's why I make clear from the very beginning, as I'm sure my little friend takes on board, that I'm as much in favour of changes to the protocol as anyone else. And of course the protocol had provisions written into it to enable those changes to take place. And that's what we would all want to see, I hope very much. And it may just be, let's be blunt, given that there will be a change of Prime Minister soon, and it may well be that a change of personnel under those circumstances may perhaps, I hope it does, make negotiations easier. Because there has been a degree of strain in relations with both the EU and the heads of some of the major governments in the European Union. And I very much hope that one consequence of what has happened is that it may be easier to rebuild and repair relationships and trust. And that could then lead to a negotiated change, which would mean this legislation was never necessary. Nobody would be more delighted than I, or I suspect anyone else in this House, including the Treasury bench, if that were to be the case. But if the bill is to be taken forward, it seems to me that we have to have proper safeguards to ensure proper parliamentary and democratic oversight of the way it is taken into force. Of course.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. He's making a very powerful speech. Of course, Henry VIII only had 6 wives. This bill has 19 delegated powers within 26 clauses. Does the honourable member agree with me that if we set a precedent that such legislation could be written here, it may be tempting for some ministers to expand that precedent to other forms of legislation? So it is very important that we confine whenever delegated powers are used, not just in this legislation, but to make sure we uphold the primacy of this chamber.
Well, I think the honourable lady makes a very fair point. And we all know, those of us who served as ministers do know, that all governments frankly do use Henry VIII powers. And we all tend to criticise them when we're in opposition and use them a bit when we're in government, if the truth be known. But the reality is there are Henry VIII powers and Henry VIII powers, and this is Henry VIII, the 6 wives, Cardinal Wolsey and Thomas Cromwell all thrown in together pretty much as far as I can see. It is almost Shakespearean and almost Wagnerian in its scope and breadth, and that's the problem. That's why I do think that we have to have some greater hold upon the matter in terms of how it's used. And the other point that she raises, which is important, because after all, very wide Henry VIII powers have been criticised by the Hansard Society, they've been criticised in the other place, and for good reason, because part of the whole objective of what we have done in recent years is to try and restore parliamentary sovereignty. The danger is it becomes actually restoring power to the executive rather than Parliament. And I say to my honourable friends on this side of the House, we all know that governments come and go. And once you set a precedent which gives very sweeping powers to a government which may happen to agree with, they may, and indeed inevitably there will, as Night Follows Day, be a day when the government, which we do not agree with, comes in and uses those powers in a way which we might wish to object to. So better not to set too wide a precedent anyway. The other difficulty with the powers is, and I give one example in clause 15, when it gives ministers powers to add to excluded provisions, not only is it extremely wide, but it, of course, is excluded provisions for a permitted purpose without any further definition. There's not, in other respects, as a test where the minister may take such measures, or any such measures in relation to the protocol, as the minister considers is appropriate. Well, that's an extraordinarily low test. Essentially, it lacks any kind of objectivity. It's a purely subjective test. And giving ministers delegated powers to act in a purely subjective manner, without requiring them to demonstrate the evidential basis upon which they exercise those powers, is, I think, a very dangerous precedent to be going down, a very difficult one. And it'll be interesting to see, and I know the ministers on the Treasury bench are well aware of this, that since this is a bill which could not have been foreseen, in fairness, but therefore could not be put in my party's manifesto for the general election. It will be interesting to see in the other place, which of course is very anxious to examine the extent of delegated powers, precisely what view they take upon the matter. So it might be in the government's own interest to progress the bill, to think about ways in which we can get a better balance in ensuring that there is a proper and proportionate hold. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've covered, I think, the real essence of what I need to say, but it comes down to this. If the government has a case, and I concede, without going into all the rest of the legal argument about it, I concede that it might be able to make that case. I don't know, but it might be able to. And whether or not, in fact, you might have a ground in law, I simply say to my clients, as in the old days, just because it's lawful doesn't mean it's a wise thing to do. Just because you've got a case that you might argue might not necessarily be a good idea for you to go and argue it, if need be. Sometimes these things are, litigation is best avoided, and sometimes sweeping legislation is best avoided if you can find a better route. So the thing is this, if need be, it's not unreasonable, it seems to me, for the government to come back to the House, make its case in relation to the specific items where it seeks to disapply an international treaty. If it's got a good enough case, the House will support it, and they can then get on with it. It can be done quickly, it need not cause undue delay, but it would at least make sure that we have acted within a reasonable and proportionate legal framework, and at the same time, if we can demonstrate that we are seeking in good faith to renegotiate, and I would suggest it will be very prudent, at the very least, if we can't do that, to invoke the Article 16 safeguard provisions, either before or perhaps even in parallel with those matters. We could have shown again that we've acted in good faith there to do all that we could within the framework that exists, which is one of the important parts of the necessity test. So that's why I hope the government will take on board those arguments, because it's pretty fundamental, not to the bill itself, but to the well, it is fundamental to the bill itself. It's not fundamental to obstructing the objectives of the bill, i.e. of getting the protocol changed or of getting devolved government working in Northern Ireland, both of which we wish to see. But it's doing it in a proportionate and, I would submit, constitutionally sound manner. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The question is that Amendment 1 be made. Just a gentle reminder that there are quite a few members and right honourable members wishing to catch my eye, so I can't impose a time limit because we're in committee stage, but members just might like to bear that in mind. Sir Geoffrey Donaldson.
Thank you, Dame Rosie, and it's a pleasure to follow the member for Bromley and Chislehurst. We've become good friends since both serving together on the UK delegation to the Council of Europe Parliamentary Assembly, and he is a member that I hold in the highest of respect. Could I also, on behalf of my colleagues, first of all pay tribute to the former Secretary of State, the Right Honourable Member for Great Yarmouth, who is in his place, for the work that he has done in bringing the bill to this stage, for the work that he did during his tenure as Secretary of State. I think that the Right Honourable Member developed a good understanding of the difficulties there are in Northern Ireland with the protocol and the other issues. I know that it is his desire to move Northern Ireland to the next stage of the peace process, to move towards reconciliation, but he recognised that there was a need to deal with these fundamental issues before we could get to that point. And for the work he has done in that regard, on behalf of my right honourable and honourable friends on this side of the House, we extend our grateful appreciation. Can I also welcome the new Secretary of State to his place, the right honourable member for North West Cambridgeshire. I got to know him well when he was a minister in the Northern Ireland office, and we look forward to working with him in the weeks ahead on the issues that confront us at this time. Dame Rosie, I want to respond to the points that have been made in relation to the Amendment 1 and related amendments. On the question in particular of necessity and on the immediacy of the risk that has given rise to the government introducing this legislation. And I understand the points that have been made very cogently here, and therefore I think it's important, representing one element of the political community in Northern Ireland to outline why we believe this bill is necessary and that we would counsel against impeding the ability of the government to press forward with this legislation. In terms of the risk, I want to echo the comments that were made by the Honourable Member for Aberconwy. For us as unionists, there is a risk to the union in relation to how the protocol is being applied in Northern Ireland. And both the High Court and the Court of Appeal in Northern Ireland have stated that the protocol subjugates Article 6 of the Act of Union itself. And that article gives people in Northern Ireland, confers on Northern Ireland citizens the right to trade freely within their own country. It states that there shall be no barrier to trade between the constituent parts of the United Kingdom. And no one could reasonably argue that the protocol doesn't put in place barriers to trade. It most certainly does. And I hear this every day from my constituents, whether they are consumers or businesses, and the difficulties they are facing in trading with the rest of the United Kingdom. And those difficulties have led to political instability in Northern Ireland. They've had an economic impact in Northern Ireland, and I would argue strongly that also there is the potential for that to lead to societal problems. And we have worked hard on this side of the House to ensure that those problems have not arisen. And when people have taken to the streets and engaged in violence, we have worked in local communities to prevent a repetition of that. That has been the case across the community. But it does not mean that there are not strong feelings, particularly within the unionist community, about what this protocol means, not only for trade, and that's important, but also for their identity, for their place in the union. And this has, as we've seen over the years in Northern Ireland, when people feel their identity is threatened, when they feel their place in the United Kingdom is being undermined, that can lead to societal problems. Now, the Honourable Member has rightly argued that, from his perspective, he's looking to see the immediacy of the risk. But I would say to him, it is there, it's very real, and I ask him to take on trust from my contacts within the unionist community that it is bubbling beneath the surface, and we've worked hard to try and ensure that that does not emerge. I'll give way, if the Right Honourable Member doesn't mind, first of all, to the Honourable Member for Foyle.
I'm very grateful for the Right Honourable Member for giving way. He has stated that the union is at risk because of the protocol. I know he's no big supporter of the Good Friday Agreement, but does he not accept that very clearly written into the Good Friday Agreement is the principle of consent? That basically means no matter how much I want it, we can't change the constitutional position of Northern Ireland until the people of Northern Ireland and the people of the Republic of Ireland vote for it.
Well, I am going to come to the Good Friday Agreement in my remarks, but I would simply say to the Honourable Member that there is a difference of view as to how you interpret what is required in terms of consent. The Right Honourable, the Noble Lord Trimble, has stated very clearly as one of the key negotiators of the Belfast Agreement that in his view the principle of consent does not just apply to the final question as to whether Northern Ireland should remain part of the United Kingdom or not, but the term constitutional status extends to these circumstances where Northern Ireland's constitutional relationship with the rest of the United Kingdom has been changed by virtue of the subjugation of the Act of Union. I give way.
I think the Right Honourable Gentleman knows with what affection I regard him and his party and Northern Ireland, having had the privilege of being Advocate General for Northern Ireland. But what the Right Honourable Gentleman is saying is a very good case for triggering Article 16, which was the entire purpose of the inclusion of Article 16 in the Protocol. It's not necessarily a good reason, however, for changing the entire basis of the treaty, including writing out the jurisdiction of the Court of Justice of the European Union, and so on. So how do you get from the position where you have societal impacts, with which I am perfectly willing to agree and believe to a position where you virtually rewrite the terms of a treaty which we solemnly signed only 2.5 years ago.
Yeah.
Well, I have great respect for the Right Honourable Member, and I know of his affection for Northern Ireland. And I think back to the days of all those very difficult and challenging times when this House was dealing with and debating the pre-departure discussions, the laws that would be required to be put in place around the treaty to leave the European Union. And I thank him for the time that he took to get to understand the situation in regard to Northern Ireland. There are two things I would say to him in response to what he has understandably put forward. First of all, we have argued for some time, and indeed the command paper published by the UK government 1 year ago, last July, set out the basis upon which they believed the conditions had been met for Article 16 to be triggered then. And we've been very patient, and we've waited and waited, and we allowed time for the negotiations with the European Union to go forward in the hope that the EU would show more flexibility. And I don't doubt the integrity of Maros Sefcovic as the lead negotiator, but the difficulty is his negotiating remit is so constrained that his ability to deliver the change that is required to meet the need to resolve the difficulties created by the protocol is so limited that I just don't think, in the absence of a change of his remit, those negotiations are going to get anywhere. And Article 16 and the triggering thereof is a temporary measure. It is not a permanent solution. And what I need and what Northern Ireland needs, and especially what business in Northern Ireland needs, is certainty. And that's why we believe the government is right to bring forward proposals for a longer-term solution, and not just to go for the temporary fix, the sticking plaster of Article 16, because that will create more uncertainty rather than give us certainty, and it's certainty that we're looking for. And it's why I think what the government has done is right in the circumstances.
Would he give way once more?
I will.
I'm very grateful to my Right Honourable friend, and I think he did fairly respond to the Right Honourable former Attorney General, who has been a good friend to Northern Ireland over many years. He knows our opposition not only to this protocol from the start, but to preceding arrangements that were proposed. And yet here we stand with exactly the same problems that we foresaw, and the problems that are experienced by businesses and communities and consumers throughout Northern Ireland, and the impact to our political arrangements. And still we hear every objection and reason as to why government should not move. In fact, many people who now question whether Article 16 should be triggered were aghast at the notion that it should have been triggered a year ago. And I know the Right Honourable Gentleman shaking said I do not include him in that number. But at every stage, when government has accepted, heard and acknowledged the crisis and difficulty we've had within political and economic stability within our province, there's a good reason not to act. And yet still we remain without a solution. Does my Right Honourable friend agree that now is the time to get on and provide the solution, not for us, but for everyone in Northern Ireland?
Well, I agree entirely with my honourable friend, and this brings me to the heart of the issue for us, and that is the threat to the Belfast Agreement posed by the current situation. I will give way to the member for Foyle and then the member for East.
Very grateful again for giving way. It's just on the point of consent, because we did get slightly distracted. I totally and absolutely disagree with him and Lord Trimble on their how they are saying that consent works. It is not an elastic principle. It is about one thing. It is about the constitutional position of Northern Ireland. But if it is elastic, does it apply to Brexit? Because Brexit, of course, was a constitutional rupture for the people of Northern Ireland, and of course, people of Northern Ireland voted against Brexit. So if it applies to the protocol, why does it not apply to Brexit?
Dame Rosie, of course, Brexit didn't change the constitutional status of Northern Ireland as part of the United Kingdom. The protocol did that. And the referendum on Brexit was a United Kingdom-wide referendum. And you know, But the honourable member for Foyle and I lead parties that have the word democratic in the names of our parties, and I accepted the democratic decision of the people of the United Kingdom to leave the European Union, and I have fought ever since for the basis of that departure to ensure that Northern Ireland's place within the United Kingdom is respected, and that is at the heart of Article 1 of the Belfast Agreement. All parties to that agreement, including the Irish government, accepted that Northern Ireland remains part of the United Kingdom. And indeed, the Irish government changed the Irish Constitution, Articles 2 and 3 of their Constitution, to reflect the principle of consent and the reality that Northern Ireland remains part of the United Kingdom. So when I voted for Brexit, I certainly never voted to change the constitutional status of Northern Ireland, and that is not something the people of Northern Ireland have been asked to do. I give way to the member for East Antrim.
I thank the member for giving way. And would he accept that, of course, Brexit was all about the United Kingdom's relationship with Europe, not about relationships within the United Kingdom, and therefore did not fall within the scope of the Belfast Agreement. But just in response to the claim that Article 16 is the way forward, would he accept that, given the nature of the damage which the protocol has caused, that even if Article 16 were triggered, it's quite clear that Article 16, any measures will have to be restricted in their scope and duration. This is not a sticking plaster that we need. The problems that have been revealed with the protocol require long-term changes. It's going to be changed by legislation, not by some temporary measures which Article 16 would allow.
Well, my right honourable friend makes a very strong point. And to be absolutely clear, as unionists, for us the greater issue here is our place within the United Kingdom and our ability to trade freely within that United Kingdom in accordance with our rights under the Acts of Union. And that is fundamental to us as unionists. So fundamental, and I understand why the Honourable Member for Foyle, and indeed perhaps also the Honourable Member for North Down, will argue strongly that the protocol should be retained. And I have heard the arguments that they make on this. But let us be clear. The Belfast Agreement respects the right of unionists to adhere to their position and to support and uphold their position as part of the United Kingdom, and it represents for us a fundamental change that is now threatened, and that for us, unless it is corrected, unless it is resolved, means that our confidence in the agreement itself and its ability to protect our place in the United Kingdom is fundamentally undermined. I give way.
Yeah, and grateful to the right honourable member giving way. I think we all agree on the principle of consent as set out in that agreement. But does the member recognise that the one-sided approach that's been taken by the government and also his party is actually eroding support for the union inside Northern Ireland? And by contrast, finding a workable solution around the protocol actually provides a soft landing, which may actually create a much longer perspective in terms of the maintenance of the union itself.
Well, you know, the honourable member started out this journey as someone whose party advocated that the protocol should be rigorously implemented. Now he's shifted to a position of the protocol should be rigorously retained. Well, look, you know, you cannot on the one hand say the protocol is creating problems and then, you know, not come up with viable solutions to deal with that. And I've heard what those solutions are from the honourable member, but they do not have cross-community support in Northern Ireland. And what we are looking to achieve, and what I believe the government has put forward, is capable of resolving this issue in a way that meets the needs of everyone. It meets the needs of the United Kingdom so that the integrity of our union is respected, the integrity of our internal market is respected. It meets the needs of the European Union insofar as it protects and takes measures to protect the integrity of the EU single market to ensure that goods at risk of entering the EU are dealt with properly and dealt with by this country in a way that meets their requirements. And it enables the restoration of the political institutions in Northern Ireland so that the Belfast Agreement can remain and can be continue to be the basis upon which we move forward in Northern Ireland. So I believe that what the government is proposing is not one-sided. I believe that what the government is proposing is reasonable, measured and fair, that it meets the need. And you know, there is so much focus on how the government is doing this that we've lost sight of what the government is actually proposing to do. And I think any objective assessment of the government's proposals can only conclude that they are reasonable and fair in all of the circumstances, and that their overriding objective is to protect the very delicate progress that has been made in Northern Ireland under the Belfast Agreement. In relation to agreements, Dame Rosie, and I think this is important. We have heard much about the need to ensure that the UK maintains its honour and its international reputation. But I remind this House that the Belfast Agreement is itself an international agreement, and that the protocol undermines that agreement. It is an agreement where the co-signatories are the Irish government and the UK government. That is actually part of the agreement. They both signed. There was an international agreement attached to the Belfast Agreement, which was co-signed by the British and Irish governments. That it makes it an international agreement of international standing. And indeed one that has been approved in many international bodies across the globe. And therefore the protocol, in the way in which it undermines that agreement, is actually harming what is an international agreement, and that needs to be addressed. But the basis upon which the political institutions were restored in Northern Ireland, Dame Rosie, at the beginning of 2020, after a 3-year period in which Sinn Féin left Northern Ireland without a functioning government, the basis on which the government was restored was the New Decade, New Approach Agreement. Again, that is an agreement concluded and involving the British and Irish governments, who are, the Right Honourable Member, the former Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, who was instrumental in bringing about that New Decade, New Approach Agreement, is in his place this afternoon. And I would remind the House that in New Decade, New Approach, the basis upon which my party committed to re-enter and did indeed re-enter government in Northern Ireland, included a commitment from the government that it would protect Northern Ireland's place within the UK internal market. And I have to say to the House that that commitment was fundamental to my party deciding to re-enter government on the basis of that agreement. Now that commitment has not yet been delivered. Northern Ireland's place within the UK internal market has not been properly restored. It is damaged by the protocol. It is impeded by the protocol. And that is why in February this year, I reluctantly took the decision to withdraw the First Minister from the Executive on the basis that we had had other elements of New Decade, New Approach being delivered, but the most fundamental element for the unionist community was not being delivered. And on that basis, we fought an Assembly election. My party obtained a mandate for the position that it has taken, and that mandate remains intact. I want to be in a position, and to respond specifically to the question raised by the Right Honourable Member for Bromley and Chislehurst. Let me say this to him about, will this legislation lead to the restoration of devolved government in Northern Ireland? I believe this legislation, if enacted, will help us to achieve that objective. I am absolutely convinced of that, and my party has stated clearly that if this bill becomes law, we believe that provides the basis for restoring the political institutions in Northern Ireland, including the Executive, and I've already committed to leave this place and to return to Stormont as the Deputy First Minister as part of that Executive. Therefore, I have a personal commitment to the restoration of the political institutions, as does my party. But it's not just the internal institutions in Northern Ireland that are fractured at the moment. Let's not forget, and the Right Honourable Member for East Antrim referred to relationships. At the heart of the Belfast Agreement are 3 sets of relationships. Those internal to Northern Ireland, which, it has to be said, are fractured by this protocol. The relationship between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland in the form of the North-South Ministerial Council. That council is not meeting at the moment. It is not functioning at the moment. And relationships have broken down because of the protocol. And the East-West relationship, well, it has been said in this House on a number of occasions and elsewhere that the East-West relationship, the relationship between the United Kingdom and the Republic of Ireland, are at their lowest ebb for many years. So the protocol has harmed those relationships that are absolutely crucial to the success of the Belfast Agreement. And if we're to restore those relationships to a better place, then I believe this legislation has the potential to help us do that. And so I would say to the member for Bromley and Chislehurst, in the affirmative, it is my belief, and if there's any doubt about this, let me be absolutely clear. This bill, if enacted, provides the basis for the restoration of the political institutions in Northern Ireland and the other institutions. Of course, we want to see the regulations that will be brought forward as a result of this enabling legislation, because those regulations will provide the solutions. And I would urge the government, as soon as it can, to publish the draft regulations so that we can see what those solutions look like. That also will help to build confidence and provide the basis for restoring the political institutions. I give way.
I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman, and I respect what he is saying. And he also referred himself to the importance of an objective test as to the situation. Would he agree that may not be just enough, perhaps, in terms of proper parliamentary scrutiny, which we do have to have, just to see the regulations, that the government, before the bill completes its passage in this House, ought to produce the evidence base which might support the ground that he asserts that the necessity test is met. If that were the case, then it might make it easier for many people to accept the provisions of the bill, rather than giving the blank cheque. That's the concern. I'm sure he'll understand. And of course, that might make the passage of the bill actually through the other place easier, because at the moment enactment could be a long time off. Would the situation in Northern Ireland, if so grave, really wait until enactment, or some other measure?
Well, of course, that is a matter for the government, but I am all in favour of proper scrutiny of this legislation, and that's why we welcome the fact that this committee stage will take place over 3 days on the floor of the House itself. And I think I commend the government for the way in which they have handled this. The government is not running away from scrutiny, but I would also invite the member when he has time to come to Northern Ireland, and I will gladly introduce him to the businesses that are being harmed by the protocol. He can meet consumers who find real difficulties in purchasing goods from businesses in Great Britain, and I dare say even those businesses in Great Britain, many of them, now in the hundreds, that have decided to no longer trade with Northern Ireland because it's all too difficult. Of course I will give way.
In the second reading, he and I had an exchange on the question of democratic deficit. On that question and scrutiny and the political institutions and the voters of Northern Ireland themselves, as was indicated in the McAllister case, it is perfectly clear. The judge used the word subjugation. The fact is that in Northern Ireland, people of Northern Ireland, the voters, are being subjugated to the laws of the European Union in a manner which is inconsistent with our leaving the European Union. And does he not therefore agree that that democratic deficit is absolutely crystal clear? It doesn't require evidence because it is so self-evident, coram populo.
Dame Rosie, that will bring me to my final point, which is on the democratic deficit. But before addressing that, I will give way to the honourable member.
Thank you, John, for giving way. He's talking there about businesses, about consumers who've been affected. Earlier on, his argument for this legislation was that this would somehow give the certainty that he says that the protocol doesn't give to people. Can he hand on heart argue that he knows everything that will happen if this government proceeds with this legislation? Can he really tell his constituents that he can give them certainty in the chaos that we're talking about, which didn't start with the protocol, it started with Brexit? Where is his proof that this provides the certainty, the solution that he's missing, in comparison to what they know now? Better the devil.
Well, look, I'm many things, but I'm not a prophet, so I cannot say with certainty this will happen or that will happen. But I can point to this. that when the protocol, as part of the withdrawal agreement, was before this House, we warned then of the consequences of the protocol. We are not late to the table when it comes to recognising the difficulties, the real difficulties that the protocol would cause for Northern Ireland, for businesses, consumers and for our place in the United Kingdom. What I am certain is that these proposals put forward by the government in this bill are reasonable, fair, proportionate, and I believe will offer what business needs to continue trading within the United Kingdom and continue trading with the European Union, and that's the kind of certainty that business is looking. If I may turn to the point that my right honourable friend and someone who I have great respect for has made, and this is very important. When the government, and indeed those who supported Brexit, argued very strongly the case for the United Kingdom to leave the European Union, it was about taking back control. Control of our borders, our money and our laws. And yet, in the part of the United Kingdom that I represent, and have had the honour and privilege of representing in this House now for 25 years, this does not apply. As the Honourable Member has said, there are many regulations applying to business in Northern Ireland and how we trade with the rest of our own country, which are now being made in Brussels without any democratic input whatsoever from anyone in Northern Ireland. Not myself and my colleagues as members of Parliament, nor members of the Legislative Assembly at Stormont. There is a democratic deficit, which means we are having laws imposed upon us over which we have no say. That is not about taking back control in our part of the United Kingdom. Our money, again, our rules on VAT, for example, and on state aid are determined not by this government, not by this place, but by the European Union. And we have no input into how our VAT rules are drawn up. And we have no input into the rules on state aid which apply to businesses and the support for businesses in Northern Ireland. This is very important for us. So we haven't got complete control of our money in Northern Ireland. We are losing out because of those restrictions. So this is very important for us, that we get this right. And I believe, as I've said, what the government has proposed is fair and reasonable, and it will restore Northern Ireland's place fully within the UK single market. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to the right honourable gentleman for giving way. Obviously, the loss of input and being at the top table is a feature of Brexit. It's a feature of all members of only the EEA, single market, but not actually the EU. So Norway and Iceland and others do not get to make those decisions. So is he suggesting he would prefer that Northern Ireland was completely out of the single market? Because obviously that's the privilege that Northern Ireland has, that's helping its economy, that is supported by all business leaders, which Scotland asked for and was refused.
Well, if I may say so, we're not Norway, we're Northern Ireland. And in respect of the single market, Northern Ireland is not in the single market. Let's be clear about that. Northern Ireland is not in the single market. What the protocol requires us to do is to align our regulations on manufacturing of goods to those of the EU single market. We are out of the single market. We are out of the EU's customs union, but we're required to abide by their rules. That is the position we find ourselves in. And I would say to the Honourable Lady that the solution the government is offering will enable businesses to continue trading with the European Union in a way that is helpful and beneficial for cross-border trade, for my farmers, for our agri-food processing industry. This will still work for Northern Ireland, but what it will do is also ensure that we can trade freely with the rest of the United Kingdom, which we believe is fundamental to our rights as part of the Union. And therefore, in conclusion, Dame Rosie, we believe this bill has the potential to move us forward in terms of resolving the problems created by the protocol. Obviously, the regulations that will be put in place when this bill is enacted are fundamentally important to delivering those solutions. It will address the democratic deficit, meaning that, once again, all of the United Kingdom has a say in how our money, our laws and our borders are controlled. And finally, Dame Rosie, it will enable us to restore political stability in Northern Ireland, to see the political institutions back up and running again, to protect the Belfast Agreement and its successor agreements, including St Andrews, and of course, New Decade, New Approach, which was the basis upon which we re-entered government, and we will not re-enter government until we are clear and sure that what the government is taking forward is going to deliver what we need for Northern Ireland.
Paymaster General Sir Michael Ellis.
Thank you very much indeed, Dame Rosie. And I would like to begin, if I may, by thanking the honourable members of this House from across the floor for their participation in the debate at second reading. And I also want to allow, of course, for a thorough debate on the bill at this stage. And in order to facilitate this, because of the plethora of amendments, of course, and a number of people who wish to speak, I may perhaps not be giving way as much as I usually do, but I want to facilitate the number of amendments and allow people to speak for themselves. And I want to therefore make some good progress, because I'm duty-bound to go through a large number of amendments in this opening speech. Now, as we progress to this committee stage, and of course the House will know that the government has very generously allowed no less than 18 hours of debate time, and it's necessary to reiterate some key points that go to the heart of why the government has actually tabled this bill. The Northern Ireland Protocol, as the House knows, was agreed with the very best of intentions, but it is causing real problems, has already been accepted across the House. Problems for people, problems for businesses in Northern Ireland, including, of course, trade disruption and diversion, significant costs and bureaucracy for traders. So, Dame Rosie, this legislation will fix the practical problems that the protocol has created in Northern Ireland. It will enable us to avoid a hard border, to protect the integrity of this United Kingdom, and to safeguard the European Union's single market. So, if I may, I'm going to turn now to the clauses that are under scrutiny today. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, Clause 1 summarises the effect of the bill and gives vital clarity on how it will function. The clause sets out three things. First, that the bill provides clarity that the specific areas of the Northern Ireland Protocol that are causing problems would no longer apply in domestic law. Second, that the clause clarifies how other legislation, like the Acts of Union, are affected by this bill. And third, the clause provides vital clarity on the actual operation of the bill and its position in relation to other domestic law. Clause 2 underpins the essential functioning of the bill by confirming that any part of the protocol or withdrawal agreement which has been excluded by the provisions of this bill has no effect in domestic law. That's necessary, it's technical, but it's vital for the bill to function, because without it there would potentially be a lack of clarity as to which of the existing protocol and EU law regime on one hand and the revised operation of the protocol would have effect. So where this bill or its powers do not exclude provision in the protocol or withdrawal agreement, that provision will continue to have domestic effect via the EU Withdrawal Act, as it does today. Dame Rosie, Clause 3 then supplements Clause 2 and would remove the requirement for courts of law to interpret relevant domestic law in line with the withdrawal agreement, insofar as that would lead to an interpretation of domestic law that is incompatible with this bill and any regulations subsequently made under it. And this is done by the amendment of the relevant provision of the EU Withdrawal Act, which currently requires courts to interpret relevant separation agreement law, that's domestic law, consistently with the withdrawal agreement. Instead, it's made clear that no such interpretation should be made if this would be incompatible with provisions of the bill or any regulations made under it. This is vital, Dame Rosie, to provide certainty as to how the regime should operate, ensuring that where the protocol no longer applies, courts are not required to interpret legislation in line with it. Now, we now turn to the other two clauses we're considering today, Clause 15 and 16. Now, 15 ensures the bill can fully meet its objectives by granting powers to make clear where additional elements of the protocol and withdrawal agreement are excluded, subject, of course, to carefully defined purposes. This means that ministers can make regulations to adjust how the bill interacts with the protocol and to reflect which elements are disapplied. To ensure this is only done if necessary to meet the bill's objectives, this power is limited to a list of specified purposes set out in subsection 1, for example, to ensure the effective flow of trade between Northern Ireland and another part of the United Kingdom. Subsection 3 provides that this power cannot be used to terminate the effect of the provisions of the protocol that relate to the rights of individuals or the common travel area or other areas of North-South cooperation. Now, of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, these are not the only areas of the protocol that are left unchanged by the bill. For example, the articles of the protocol relating to the single electricity market, they're not affected either. They are specifically defined here to provide particular reassurance about these sensitive areas. Now, this clause is important to ensure the bill is flexible enough to tackle any unintended consequences or future issues that may arise that threaten the objectives of the bill, particularly considering the importance of the issues this bill is intended to address. And I'll give way in due course, if I may, because I'm going to come on to the specific amendments, and it might be more prudent to give way at those points to the individual members. And I just want to address clause 16, which supports the functioning of the bill by granting the power to make new arrangements in any cases where it becomes necessary to use the powers contained in clause 15. And this means that new law can be made via regulations, if appropriate, to do so in relation to any element of the protocol or withdrawal agreement that has become excluded provision, as provided for in the regulations, of course, made under clause 15. So it's vital to ensure the functioning of the bill and prevent any gaps in the arrangements established underneath it. Without it, clause 16, there is a risk that any new issues arising from protocol provisions could not be properly addressed due to an inability to satisfactorily make replacement arrangements. So, if I may then, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm going to come firstly to the Amendment 1. And my right honourable and learned friend from Bromley and Chislehurst. And I want to thank members for their contributions in this place. The government is committed to ensuring that the provisions in this bill go through the appropriate scrutiny. As I mentioned, there's 18 hours set aside before this House rises for the recess to do that, whilst also balancing the need for urgent action to ensure that the issues with the protocol are rectified as soon as possible. Amendment 1, tabled by my honourable and learned friend, amends clauses 1, paves the way for honourable members' amendment to clause 26, which we'll be debating next week. It reflects a desire for the House of Commons to approve the provisions in this bill before they can be commenced. That's what my learned friend is seeking to do. But let me begin by saying that I understand the desire of my honourable and learned friend for Parliament to vote prior to the commencement of these sections. I'm cognizant of the fact that it was not 2 years ago that he famously introduced a similar amendment in another bill for which the government broadly accepted the substance. But I would submit to this House that the situation is not the same as it was 2 years ago. Now, as I'm sure he'll accept, we face an urgent and grave situation in Northern Ireland, not a hypothetical one. We know that as it stands, the EU is not prepared to change the protocol to resolve the problems we face. We have tried that repeatedly, and there is no prospect of seeing a power-sharing government restored in Northern Ireland if we are unable to tackle those problems. It is a simple fact. We need to be able to move swiftly, using the powers in the bill to deliver the changes we propose and enable the protocol to operate sustainably. Now, I will give way.
I understand what my friend is saying, and I'm grateful to. But if there is a need to act urgently, we are likely to be many months before this bill ever completes its parliamentary passage. It's a contradiction with respect. Isn't what he makes, actually, is a compelling case for using the Article 16 safeguarding procedure.
Well, I'm grateful to him for his intervention. Urgent does not necessarily mean immediate. What it means is as soon as we... as soon as we can reasonably practically do it. And I think he knows that. As for Article 16, I'll come to that in due course. But we are going as fast as we can with the time that the House is sitting. Additional parliamentary procedures after royal assent would risk delays to the regime coming into force and undermine the certainty and clarity that we're looking to provide through this bill. That would risk undermining the aim that we all share of seeing an executive back up and running and delivering for the people of Northern Ireland, and risk real harm to businesses and citizens. So this, if I may, this proposed amendment is well-intentioned, but I hope the House will understand that our priority as a government is to proceed in a way that best supports the functioning of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement and its institutions, which in this case means giving certainty to the people of Northern Ireland and the regime we propose under the bill to be in place as quickly as possible. And that is why I ask my honourable and learned friend for Bromley and Chislehurst to withdraw the amendment. I'll give way there.
I'm enormously grateful to my colleague for giving way. Just further to the point just made by my colleague, the member for Bromley and Chislehurst, is not the concession by the government that urgent does not mean immediate itself a plain acknowledgement of the fact that necessity does not apply because it means there is no grave and immediate peril, which is one of the tests for necessity?
He's conflating two issues, and I will come to the issue of necessity in due course. But what has also been mentioned by my honourable friend is the issue of Article 16. The reality of the matter is that that does not solve the problem at hand. It would only treat symptoms without fixing the root cause of the problems. So what we need, as has been referred to before, is a comprehensive and durable solution to this urgent problem, and certainty for businesses and the people of Northern Ireland. So, yes, I'll give way.
Just on this point of durable solutions, would my right honourable friend agree that the only durable solution is for the EU to listen to what my right honourable friend for Lagan Valley has been articulating about the needs of unionism, and for a British Prime Minister here in place from September not to go moaning to his counterparts, that, as has happened in the last 2 years, but to actually grip this issue and politically solve it?
Well, of course, it takes two sides to discuss these matters and come to a solution. I think it's been accepted by all who've spoken in this House so far that there has been some intransigence on the side of the European Union, and I think that is the clear reality. I would point out, for example, that there have been more than 300 hours of discussions between the parties. There have been meetings between my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, and her predecessor, Lord Frost, which total over 26 occasions, and there have been 17 non-papers. So I'm not sure how much more could be done in terms of negotiation. It does need two sides. But let me move on, because I did say that I've got a number of amendments to address, and I don't want to interfere with members' rights to speak in due course. So with your leave, Dame Rosie, I'm going to address Amendments 26 and NC 8 together, tabled by the Honourable Member for Oxford West and Abingdon. The member is right to raise the important issue of the relationship of this bill to the UK's international legal obligations. Now, the amendment proposed, however, is not necessary. The government has already published a statement setting out its legal position, that the bill is consistent with the United Kingdom's international obligations, in line with the practice of successive governments, of course, over a number of years. That summarises our position, but doesn't give set out the full detail of our legal advice. That is not something that any government of any shade can do, and it's actually quite rare to give the memorandum that we have done. But it makes clear that the strain that the arrangements under the protocol are placing on institutions in Northern Ireland, and more generally on socio-political conditions, means there is no other way of safeguarding the essential interests at stake other than the bill we propose. There is clear evidence of a state of necessity to which the government must respond. And as in other areas, it would not be prudent for the government to publish evidence or analysis underpinning every point of legal detail. The lawyers in this House will know that that would be an extremely inappropriate thing to do, particularly in advance of specific cases arising that may arise with potential future litigation. So I therefore urge the honourable member for Oxford West and Abington to withdraw their amendment. Moving to amendments 31 and 32, well, I'll give way to her because it's her amendment.
He's using the argument that it might go to future litigation as the reason for not seeing the full legal advice. But it's precisely because it's quite likely to go to future litigation that this House deserves to see the full legal advice, does it not?
It is the long-standing convention, for very good reason, that legal advice is not published in full. We know that, of course, famously from the previous Labour government a couple of decades ago, where there was an enormous controversy about that. It stands as a very good reason, as I've discussed. And what we have done, however, is publish a paper, a memorandum on the matter, which goes some way towards answering her question. But as to Amendment 26 and NC8, I address those matters. I think I've already done that, so I'll move on to 31 and 32 and NC10. Madam Deputy Speaker, with your permission, I'll take those amendments and new clause 10 together, which are in the name of the Right Honourable Member for Tottenham. The bill is designed to bring swift solutions to the issues that the protocol has created in Northern Ireland. These solutions are underpinned by the designation of elements of the protocol as excluded provision. So put simply, it is by excluding some elements of the protocol and withdrawal agreement in domestic law that the bill is able to introduce, with the necessary certainty, the changes that are needed in Northern Ireland. These amendments, through the conditions they impose, would undermine the ability to exclude elements of the protocol and therefore undermine the entire operation of the bill. So the first condition in particular, that provision is excluded only if the EU and the UK agree it, well, obviously that is unworkable, because negotiations with the EU have so far been incapable of delivering the solutions that are needed. So to set that as a condition would clearly be dysfunctional. The second condition, that provision is excluded only if necessary as part of an Article 16 safeguard, also fails to meet the needs of the situation. As I've already said, Article 16 has inherent limitations in terms of its scope, in that such safeguard measures could address some trade functions, but not the broader identified impacts of the protocol. So, in sum, the amendments from the member for Tottenham would unacceptably caveat the core operation of the bill. In other words, they would be wrecking amendments, preventing it from delivering the swift solutions in Northern Ireland that it is intended to provide, and that's why I'd ask that right honourable gentleman for Tottenham to withdraw his amendments. I will.
Him from giving way. He referred a little earlier to the three bits of the protocol which this bill specifically prevents from being excluded, namely rights of individuals, common travel area and other north-south cooperation. He described them as particularly sensitive. Could he just explain to the House why he doesn't regard Article 18 of the Northern Ireland Protocol, which relates to democratic consent in Northern Ireland, as being equally sensitive? Why is that not covered by the exclusion? Because as I read the bill, the government could, if it wanted to, change Article 18. Is that correct?
Well, I hope to come to his point more specifically in due course, if he'll bear with me. But I want to turn firstly, if I may, to Amendment 5. We have always been serious about negotiations, and we remain so. The whole matter is sensitive. The whole issue is one that we remain serious about. Our preference remains to resolve the issues with the protocol through negotiations, and the bill provides for this. So I welcome and endorse the sentiment underlying this amendment. It's clear, however, as I've said, and I have to emphasise this because it's not emphasised often enough in my view, that there have been over 300 hours of talks to date, in which the United Kingdom has, we have shared 17 non-papers with our counterparts in pursuit of a solution. I won't give way. The European Union is not willing to entertain the changes that are necessary to fix the issues with the protocol. So the government's judgment is that, absent a change in stance from the European Union, we have to be realistic, and good faith negotiations to resolve the issues with the protocol have already been exhausted. As I say, 26 separate meetings between the Foreign Secretary and Lord Frost. Now, Amendment 5 requires that this judgment be endorsed by both Houses of Parliament and, where relevant, the Northern Ireland Assembly. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, this would not be appropriate. I'm not giving way to the Honourable Lady, I've indicated that, and I'll give way in due course, but it has long been the position that the Northern Ireland Protocol and negotiations regarding it are, like any other treaty, a matter for the government, operating under the Foreign Affairs prerogative. The executive must retain that prerogative for very good reasons. And because of the protocol, there is currently no Northern Ireland Assembly sitting anyway to provide the consent that this amendment would actually require. So this bill, as introduced, aims specifically to restore stability in Northern Ireland and a working assembly. That's the very essence of it. So in requiring, as this Amendment 5 does, the Assembly to approve the operation of this bill, there's an essential flaw in the logic of the amendment. And that's why I asked the Honourable Member for Foyle to withdraw that amendment. Of course, the government will continue to update Parliament and the Executive when they return on the status of talks with the EU regarding the protocol, and to consult stakeholders in Northern Ireland on the operation of the bill. Now, well, I'm very conscious of the time and the amount of amendments I've got to get through, but I will give way again.
If the Northern Ireland Assembly is not up and running, the provisions within the bill do state that a vote that when the consent vote comes, it is recalled and there's a vote on that consent vote, just so that there's no lack of clarity to the House with the current provisions within the consent mechanism.
Well, I thank him for that, making that point. And so, with your permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll now take Amendment 25 and New Clause 7 together, which are in the name of the Honourable Member for North Down. Yes, and this bill is designed, as I've said, to bring swift solutions to the issues that the protocol has created in Northern Ireland. These solutions are underpinned by the designation of elements of the protocol as excluded provision. Now, put simply, it is by excluding some elements of the protocol and withdrawal agreement in domestic law that the bill is able to introduce, with the necessary certainty, the changes that are needed in Northern Ireland. These amendments, by requiring the prior approval of the Northern Ireland Assembly, would undermine the ability to exclude elements of the protocol and therefore undermine the entire operation of the bill. So this is unworkable, and because of the protocol, there is currently no Northern Ireland Assembly sitting to pass the approving resolution that this amendment would require. The bill, as introduced, aims specifically to restore stability in Northern Ireland and a working executive and assembly. So, in requiring the Assembly to approve the operation of the bill, this is an essential flaw in the logic of the amendment. In a moment. Moreover, as the Honourable Gentleman will be aware, the Sewell Convention applies to this bill as it does to all bills of this Parliament which intersect with devolved competence. I can confirm to the Honourable Gentleman that in the absence of functioning institutions, senior officials within the Foreign Office have already made contact with the head of the Northern Ireland Civil Service regarding legislative consent, and we hope to reach a positive solution as soon as the institutions are restored. So the Honourable Gentleman's amendment, by contrast, would allow the Northern Ireland Assembly to constrain the UK Parliament's power to legislate, even if that legislation relates to a reserved matter. So that, of course, is wholly inappropriate under the devolution arrangements. The government will consult stakeholders in Northern Ireland, including members of the Assembly, on the operation of the bill during passage and thereafter. And that's why I asked the Honourable Member for North Down to withdraw the amendments. Did he want to?
Sir, giving way. He's mentioned the word logic on several occasions, and he's also linked the necessity of this bill to the restoration of power sharing. But does he not recognise that there's a real danger here in setting this precedent of linking the two together? Has the government considered a scenario in which Sinn Féin react to the passage of this bill and very regrettably and irresponsibly, they themselves then withdraw from power sharing. Where does that lead us? Are we any better off? Are we not in a different form of crisis?
Government in the Republic.
Well, I'll come to his question. I think, can he just reiterate, please, because I was, forgive me, I was distracted. Can he reiterate his point?
Do so to the Minister. I'm talking about a situation in which the Government has linked the passage of this bill to the restoration of power sharing in Northern Ireland. And I'm asking on a point of logic, if a dangerous precedent is set by this, how does the Government respond to a situation where, in reaction to the passage of this bill, Sinn Féin, very irresponsibly and regrettably, they themselves walk out from power sharing devolution and leave us no better off overall?
My understanding is that Sinn Féin are willing to go back in and have not set preconditions. So I think that that is the actuality of the position rather than the hypothesis that the honourable gentleman raises. Can I just move on to necessity? Forgive me. Can I move on to necessity? Because a number of people have mentioned this, and it may be relevant. This is Amendment 6. And I understand the honourable member for Foyle's desire for the bill to be clear regarding the powers it confers to the government. However, it is essential the bill confers the necessary powers in order for the government to deliver a durable solution to the very serious difficulties the current implementation of the protocol is causing, including, as we know, undermining the functioning of the institutions established by the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. Amendment 6 confuses an international law concept. The international law concept is one of the doctrine of necessity, which is long established and well understood, and a domestic statutory one, the appropriate tests for ministers exercising powers given to them by this Parliament. It is essential. The bill delivers clarity and certainty for the people of Northern Ireland, and the Amendment 6, undermines that. So I must therefore ask the honourable member to withdraw that amendment. I would just add the caveat that it is the responsibility of the government to deliver a durable solution to the issues the protocol is causing in order to protect the Belfast Agreement. Any unnecessary additional conditions to the exercise of the powers necessary to deliver the solution is only going to reduce the clarity and certainty of the bill and what the bill does to provide for the people of Northern Ireland, and it would undermine our ability, frankly, to get the executive back up and running, which is a desire I know we all share. So I therefore ask the honourable member for Foyle to withdraw his amendment. We're moving to Amendments 7 and 14. I know these were also tabled by the honourable member for Foyle. The legislation will fix the practical problems the protocol has created in Northern Ireland. This avoids a hard border, protects the integrity of the United Kingdom, and safeguards the European Union single market. So I'm entirely sympathetic to the sentiment behind these particular amendments. I would say the government is motivated by the same concerns underlying them. We are moving quickly with this bill. We are moving as quickly as possible. However, because the situation is pressing, that is our focus. The bill, the power in Clause 15, which among other things would allow ministers to reduce the amount of the protocol that is excluded, is designed to ensure that we are able to get the final detailed design of the regime right. Its use is subject to a necessity test against a defined set of permitted purposes. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's essential that this power can be used quickly if needed. The amendment preemptively, Amendment 714, preemptively prohibits certain uses of the power, but the proper way to scrutinise its use is in this place, in my submission to the House. So all regulations are subject to scrutiny, either under the negative or the affirmative procedure. So it's not as if they would be set aside without that scrutiny. The honourable member's amendment also does nothing to resolve a potential clash between the permitted and the unpermitted, where biosecurity and global market access are in tension, for example. So this amendment risks tying the government's hands behind its back just when it would need to be most agile, and that's why I asked the honourable member for Foyle to withdraw the amendments. And I will give way, yes.
I'm listening with great interest to a series of amendments that he's been dealing with and asking members to withdraw their amendment. I just wondered, with respect to amendment number 1, whether he had noticed that it was either chicken or egg, and there is no reference to any evidence test in that amendment whatsoever. So I'm slightly surprised at the fact that at the moment we're not quite clear as to whether or not there's going to be a suggestion for the withdrawal of that amendment.
Well, I'm sure that our friend will have heard what my honourable friend has said. But let me just turn, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, to Amendment 27 and new Clause 9, tabled by the honourable member for Walthamstow. This bill is designed to bring swift solutions to the issues that the protocol has created in Northern Ireland. These solutions are underpinned by the legal designation of elements of the protocol as excluded provision. Put simply, it is by excluding some elements of the protocol and withdrawal agreement in domestic law that the bill is able to introduce with the necessary certainty the changes that are needed in Northern Ireland. Now, these amendments, through the conditions they impose, would undermine the ability to exclude elements of the protocol and therefore undermine the entire operation of the bill. And they are also, I would argue, unnecessary because the actions that they require are already in practice being taken during passage of the bill itself. By voting on passage, both Houses of Parliament have an opportunity to indicate their approval for the principle of excluding elements of the protocol. The government's already clearly set out in the statement of the 13th of June that the government considers this legislation to be lawful in international law. We've also already been clear why we're not using the Article 16 safeguard mechanism, as it has inherent limitations in terms of its scope, in that such safeguard measures could address some trade frictions, but not the broader identified impacts of the protocol. So it's unnecessary to oblige the government to repeat these statements before exercising the powers conferred by this bill, and that's why I asked the honourable member for Walthamstow to withdraw those amendments. I will give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way. He says that my amendment isn't necessary. That's very welcome, because what my amendment requires the government to do is not just tell us that they believe they're acting within international obligations, but set out how, so that the House has a chance to confirm to itself that we are not in breach of international obligations. If that's not necessary, can he now set out for us how he believes we are in line with international obligations in this legislation? Not that we are, but how. That specific point, please.
To the honourable lady, the legal memorandum that was published by the government. It's, I think, only the second time that a government of the day has published such a legal document. It's an exceptionally useful document. We cannot publish the full legal advice. No government can do that. Let me move on to Amendment 8. That's tabled by the honourable member for Foyle. And I can certainly sympathise with the intention of that honourable gentleman's amendment in regards to Amendment 8, but let me reassure him that it is also entirely unnecessary. The government has no intention whatsoever to use the power in Clause 15 to alter the operation of the domestic consent mechanism, and I think this answers the point made by the honourable gentleman opposite as well earlier. The honourable gentleman for Foyle will recall that securing the consent mechanism was one of the key concessions which actually paved the way for the government to agree to the revised Northern Ireland Protocol back in 2019. It was a concession that this government secured. So it would therefore make no sense for the government to subsequently remove one of its key negotiating successes through this bill. It is perhaps because this point is so self-evident that we did not see the need to protect this element of the protocol under Clause 15, subsection 3. And I hope that answers the point made by both right honourable gentlemen. For the avoidance of doubt, I can confirm, however, to the honourable gentleman that the democratic consent process remains an integral part of the protocol. The protocol should not, and indeed cannot, continue unless it maintains the support of a majority of members of the Northern Ireland Assembly. And I hope that I've provided the assurance that honourable gentleman requires and would urge him to withdraw his Amendment 8. Amendment 9 if I may, is tabled again by the member for Foyle. The government has already been very clear why it is necessary to seek to exercise such powers. They are needed to fix the practical problems the protocol has created in Northern Ireland, as it is currently undermining the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, and power sharing, and with it peace and stability in Northern Ireland. We've already published a policy paper and legal statement on the 13th of June setting out the government's position in detail. And I appreciate, however, the honourable member's desire to ensure the regulations which implement the full details of the model are properly scrutinised. The full details of the new regime will be set out in regulations alongside and under the bill, including economic impacts where appropriate. The regulations will be the product of engagement with business to ensure the detail of the new regime is as smooth and operable as possible, and that is what we are getting on with now. The House will have the opportunity to scrutinise these regulations in the usual fashion, under the normal parliamentary procedures, as it regularly does. And an additional requirement, which this amendment would seek, for the government to publish a report each time it makes regulations using this power, is therefore not necessary, and I must ask the honourable member then to withdraw this amendment. As the government set out in the legal statement on the 13th of June, which I have referred to, the strain that the arrangements under the protocol are placing on institutions in Northern Ireland, and more generally on socio-political conditions, has reached the point where the government has no other way of safeguarding the essential interests at stake than through the adoption of the legislative solution that is being proposed as quickly as possible. There is therefore clear evidence of a state of necessity to which the government must respond to. And so I would ask the member for Foyle to withdraw that amendment. I'll give way.
Very grateful to the Minister. Has he ever heard the opposition point out that the EU is breaking the protocol by diversing our trade and undermining the Good Friday Agreement? Or has he ever heard them ask to see the legal advice that the EU purports to use when they are so clearly violating the protocol?
He makes an excellent point, as usual, and I have to say that I have never heard those requests. As to Amendment 10, tabled by, again, the honourable member for Foyle, this is about the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission and Equality Commission for Northern Ireland. These are, of course, important and well-respected institutions. They were established on the basis of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. They undertake important duties, and any change to their remit should not happen arbitrarily. The government engages regularly with the commissions, and they have powers to provide advice to the government on issues arising from Article 2 of the protocol. And the government has engaged broadly on the issues created by the protocol with stakeholder groups across business and civic society in Northern Ireland, in the rest of the United Kingdom, and internationally. In fact, the engagement has been considerable. And as the House will know, this bill provides specific powers to establish a new regime in Northern Ireland which addresses the issues with the current operation of the protocol. We are consulting with stakeholders on the detail of how these powers are to be used, and we will give plenty of notice to those affected in due course. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this particular amendment, 10, would compel the government to do what in many cases it already intends to do. So we are moving quickly with this bill because the situation in Northern Ireland is pressing. The power in Clause 15, which, among other things, would allow ministers to reduce the amount of the protocol that is excluded, is designed to ensure that we are able to get the final detailed design of the regime right. Its use is subject to a necessity test against a defined set of permitted purposes. It is designed to provide stakeholders in Northern Ireland with certainty that the government will deliver the solutions that we have outlined to the problems the protocol is causing. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is essential that this power can be used quickly if needed. Now, while in normal cases the government will of course engage with stakeholder groups in Northern Ireland, there may be occasions when the urgency of a situation means the government needs to act swiftly. This amendment risks tying the government's hands behind its back, and that's why I ask the honourable member for Foyle to withdraw the amendment. Amendment 40, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I may, is in the name of the Right Honourable Member for Tottenham, who I don't think is in his place, but if I can address that briefly, it notes that this is the Well, I will note, actually, if I may, that this is the first of a number of amendments by the Right Honourable Member in the same vein, to which the Government has a single view. The amendment would replace the test of appropriateness in the use of the Bill's delegated powers with one of necessity. Now, I should note that members should not confuse this with the international law doctrine of necessity. What the member for Tottenham is doing is that the question is a well-trodden ground point. Members may remember the extended debates on this topic during the passage of the European Union Withdrawal Act 2018. The powers there are similar to those in this bill, the Withdrawal Agreement Act and the Future Relationship Act, and I note that the House and their lordships in the other place ultimately accepted that appropriateness, the word appropriateness in this context, was in fact appropriate. Necessary, the use of the word necessary, which this amendment seeks to import, is a very strict legal test for a court to interpret. Where there are two or more choices as to what provision is appropriate to address the issues the protocol has created available to ministers, arguably neither one is strictly necessary because there is an alternative. So ministers need to be able to exercise their discretion to choose the most appropriate course, and that's why the word appropriate is the correct word. There are clearly multiple choices in how to replace the elements of the protocol which no longer apply in our domestic law. The government must propose that which would be the most appropriate choice, and that's why we've chosen that word, and I therefore ask the Right Honourable Member for Tottenham to withdraw that amendment.
Order. Just before the Minister comes on to his next point, might I draw to his attention that there are a great many people who wish to speak in this session, and lots of people have a right to do so because they are proposing amendments to which I would like to give them time to speak. And the Minister has now had the floor for 41 minutes. I'm hoping that he might soon be able to draw his remarks to a close and possibly just address the essential parts without the peripheral parts. And that way there might be enough time, as we only have an hour and a half left of this debate.
I am in full agreement with you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm coming very rapidly to a conclusion because new clauses 1, 2 and 3 are one of the concluding points that I wanted to make. And this is, if I take them together then, Madam Deputy Speaker, they relate to the government's approach to environmental protection and principles as related to this bill. They introduce new provisions to the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill which require ministers of the Crown to provide statements on the environmental impacts of any powers taken under the bill prior to being able to exercise these. And on this, I think it's important to say that I understand the Honourable Member's desire to ensure that our high environmental standards are upheld across the United Kingdom. In the UK, we already have some of the highest standards of environmental protection in the world. We have no intention of weakening or lowering these standards. The government is proudly committed to enshrining better environmental protections into law to demonstrate a firm commitment to the highest environmental standards, as we have done with the Environment Act 2021. The UK Government and Northern Ireland Executive are already held to account in this regard by the Independent Office for Environmental Protection created under the same Act. And the OEP has a statutory duty to monitor and report annually on progress made to improve the environment in accordance with the UK Government's environmental improvement plans. The OEP also monitors the implementation of or any proposed changes to environmental law and may also hold the government and public authorities to account for serious failures to comply with environmental law. In addition, the Environment Act already creates a duty on ministers to be guided by 5 internationally recognised environmental principles when making policy. So in that context, new clauses 1, 2 and 3 are not necessary as their purpose is served by existing protections, both practical and legislative, and it is for this reason that I ask honourable members to withdraw those 3 amendments. I just want to say that, going back, if I may, very briefly to the consent mechanism which operates on the international level, we are committed to the 2024 consent vote, which was a principal goal of the government's negotiation, as I alluded to a short time ago. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Peter Kyle.
Thank you, Dame Eleanor. I'm very grateful for you being a chair today and the opportunity to speak in this debate. May I start because the new Secretary of State is in his place, welcoming the Right Honourable Gentleman for North West Cambridgeshire to this job. I hope we will have the chance to have exchanges into the future, and as I've reassured him already that when this divisive period, including the contents of this bill, passes, I hope there's more opportunity to find common ground. His predecessor was in his position a little earlier. It would also have been a good opportunity to pass on my sincere gratitude to the way that he dealt with me when he was in his position. Today we are taking clauses 1 to 3 of this bill, which deal with the intention and the main powers. I will be pushing new clause 10 to a vote, which attempts to inject at least some respect for the rule of law into this bill. We are also supporting the SDLP's Amendment 8. This bill tells us everything we need to know about the Tory party of today, because it represents an abdication of all responsibility, the responsibility to play by the rules, the responsibility to be honest about our actions and their consequences, the responsibility to honour our commitments made on behalf of our country. At second reading, the Foreign Secretary declared herself a patriot. Patriotism includes our flag, of course, but it's also about our values. To me, those values are something that should unite all democratic politicians, irrespective of political party, and include respect for the rule of law and equality before it, respect for human rights and the institutions that defend them, and respect for commitments, foreign and domestic, voluntarily entered into and collectively applied. It says a lot that simply describing these values sounds like a criticism of the Conservative Party, their current Prime Minister, and almost certainly the next. It is most certainly a criticism of this bill, which not only breaks convention, the law, but betrays our values as a parliament and as a country. This bill exists because the Prime Minister was not honest about the full nature of the Brexit deal. I'll give way in a moment. This was followed by a manifesto which promised his deal was oven-ready and vowed to the public that there would be no renegotiations on it. Of course, it's easy for ministers to dismiss my criticism because they are the words of an opposition spokesman. So how about the words of one of their leadership contenders, someone running to be their next leader and our Prime Minister? They've all trashed the Tory record in office, so let's just make the most recent one an example. Because this morning, the Right Honourable Member for Portsmouth North said, "The British people are fed up with us not delivering and unfilled promises." She's right, and their manifesto promise not to renegotiate is presumably part of the problem she describes. I give way.
I wondered if the Honourable Gentleman could explain how it is right for the voters of Northern Ireland to be subjugated to laws which themselves are passed in the Council of Ministers behind closed doors without even a transcript. How does he justify that, and doesn't he agree that that is a grave and imminent peril to the people of Northern Ireland?
The question he's asking is 3 years too late. The question that he is asking should have been asked as the government was negotiating, proposing and delivering the protocol in the first place. The debate here today is not about the nature of the protocol as signed into international law. The debate here today is the way that the government has failed to negotiate its way forward and seeks to break the commitment that it made. Now, of course, I'll give way.
Thank the member for giving way. I would appeal to the member. I mean, the member can use this opportunity to stand here and slag off the government. Slagging off they probably deserve, but it's not going to solve the problem. Can the leader of the opposition today in this debate confirm that he will support those clauses that will fix the problem?
I certainly am supporting the clauses that I'm putting forward, which I believe will go some way to fixing the problem. And of course, I will, in his words, slag off the government and the Prime Minister, because it's the Prime Minister that went to the people of Northern Ireland and promised over his dead body would there be a border in Northern Ireland, in the Irish Sea, went home and then delivered it. So I will be critical of the government that treated Northern Ireland in the manner in which it did. Now, I do accept that the DUP and others in the unionist community opposed the protocol from the beginning, and they oppose it now. They have been consistent, while the Conservative Party has not. I certainly won't be giving way to somebody who didn't show the courtesy to be here for the whole debate. No, I will not give way, because if the honourable gentleman really was committed to this issue, he wouldn't have walked in halfway through and started intervening on people. Actually, the time to be here was at the beginning, and then to be here in time to make a speech. I will give way, and then I will make some progress, because I really am very keen to hear other people too.
Minister for giving way. Is the problem of this bill not that it will not give voice to people in Northern Ireland or their representatives? It actually puts all the control in the hands of a government minister here in Westminster.
As we've seen all the way through with the government's response to the challenges of Brexit, they have repatriated powers from the EU, but they have hoarded them, often not just for Whitehall, but for themselves. Yeah. They often end up being the powers of patronage, which ministers have wielded for their own benefit and the political party's benefit that we see opposite, rather than for the benefit of our entire country. For 25 years, the balance between majority opinion and the power sharing between both communities in Northern Ireland has been a delicate one. But extraordinarily, this bill fails on both. To gain the support of one community, they are in danger of losing another. On top of a majority of Assembly members have signed a letter rejecting this bill, the bill might persuade some in the short term, but it will not get Northern Ireland back on track into the long term. I will make some progress, because I know that many of the people who are now seeking to intervene will be making speeches, and I look forward to them. The legislation before us today flies in the face of our values as a country, and those many of us used to associate with the Conservative Party. It will break international law, and in doing so, damage our reputation with our closest allies. And for all that damage, we get so little benefit. It will not move us forward one iota on addressing the long-term challenges facing our trading circumstances of Northern Ireland, whilst respecting the unique circumstances that has delivered peace, stability and progress in the years since the Belfast Good Friday Agreement was signed. The government's stated preference is still a negotiated solution. However, the bill right at the very beginning, with Clause 1, Part A, says, "This Act provides that certain specific provision of the Northern Ireland Protocol does not have effect in the United Kingdom. Unilaterally changing an international agreement does not further negotiations." Within months of falsehood, sleaze and squalor, the Conservative Party have brought this government into disrepute. Now they're in danger of bringing our country into disrepute too. Even worse, Northern Ireland is again being used as a plaything for the Conservative leadership contest. The Foreign Secretary, who is supposed to be leading negotiations with the EU, is instead parading her inability to reach agreement with them as a key reason to vote for her. Multiple contenders have now said that they are willing to leave the ECHR, which would be a straightforward and outright breach of the Good Friday Belfast Agreement they all claim to cherish. Yesterday I read an extraordinary article in the Times written by the current Attorney General. This bill is legally contentious, and it is the Attorney General who provides the legal basis for it. Her advice is supposed to be impartial, yet she wrote in the Times yesterday, and I quote, "The Northern Ireland Protocol Bill needs to be changed so it actually solves the problem. That means VAT, excise and medicines should be under UK law from day one. Currently they're not. The bill's dual regulatory regime lets EU law flow into Northern Ireland in perpetuity. We need to sunset that and provide a mechanism for moving to mutual enforcement. Otherwise, we're giving Brussels a legislative blank cheque. All are changes I've been fighting for while in government. Without them, the bill will treat people living in Northern Ireland as second-class citizens. We have collective responsibility in this country. One cabinet minister speaks for all. Will the government be taking forward the amendments the Attorney General has suggested that because they represent, and she represents, collective responsibility? Can publishing these views as part of a leadership pitch be reconciled with the duty to give impartial advice to this bill? And can we trust the previous advice she has given, which seems contrary to so many expert views? These questions should all be answered before government proceeds with this bill. This is lamentable. unprecedented situation underscores the sheer irresponsibility of a caretaker government proceeding with a bill of this nature. It is contentious. It has become a political football in a surreal leadership contest, and it breaks a manifesto pledge. Today marks one new low, even for this rule-breaking, convention-trashing government.
Will you give way?
Of course I'll give way.
Grateful to give way. He's making excellent points. And as I refer back to the point made by the Honourable Member for North Down, when he suggested that there was the illogic nature of the government deciding for one party to go back into Assembly, that they would be passing this bill, that in fact that doesn't stop in the future perhaps another party coming to the UK government to say, we will go back, we will want something, we want something from you. And what will the government say then? Being bipartisan has been an important part of our history in this House, both in ignoring Northern Ireland since 1920 and then trying to do something about it. That point about one side being adhered to is a really useful point that the member for North Down has made. Would you agree?
I'm very grateful for her thoughtful contribution. I know she cares very deeply about these issues. You know, since I have been in this job, have striven, and I hope that my friends in the DUP will acknowledge, striven to take them on their own terms when they express so strongly the existential challenge they face by the protocol. I have also tried to do so for other parties representing other communities in Northern Ireland. It is a shame that to date the government have not striven so hard to take other parties on their own terms and engage with them right the way through. If they had, I simply don't believe we would be in the position that we are today. This afternoon we will, quite simply, be voting on whether to uphold the rule of law. Expecting a government to keep its legal obligations should not be partisan. Many members on the opposite benches spoke powerfully at second reading about their weakness of this bill. The Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead, the former Prime Minister, former leader of their party, said the following, and I quote, "My answer to those who question whether this bill is legal under international law is that it is not." She went on to say, "As a patriot, I would not want to do anything to diminish this country in the eyes of the world. I have to say to the government that this bill is not, in my view, legal in international law. It will not achieve its aims, and it will not diminish the standing of it will diminish the standing of the United Kingdom in the eyes of the world. I cannot support it." The Honourable Member for North Dorset said, and I quote, "The bill risks economically harmful retaliation and runs the risk of shredding our reputation as a guardian of international law and the rules-based system. How, in the name of heaven, can we expect to speak to others with authority when we ourselves shun at a moment's notice our legal obligations?" The Honourable Member for North Thanet said, and I quote, "The bill we are proposing to put through the House tonight will be a gross breach of international law if it is enacted and implemented." We also have the views of experts such as the Bingham Centre for the Rule of Law, which unequivocally said, and I quote, "The bill is in clear breach of international law as it seeks to change unilaterally the domestic effect of an international agreement that the UK has signed up to without legal justification. New Clause 10 is intended to prevent the government from breaking our legal obligations by requiring either of two conditions to have been met before they can use the powers starting to exclude the parts of the protocol." I've given way once. He is seeking to catch the Deputy Speaker's eye, and I look forward to his contributions in that nature. Now, I've just made the point that our new clause will just ensure that this bill make sure that all legal avenues are pursued. And I hope that is entirely within the lines of the intervention made earlier for the Right Honourable Member from Turridge and West Devon in his intervention earlier, seeking to clarify the same, particularly about Article 16, which I'll address momentarily. So I'm pleased that he's still in his place for it. The condition must be either A, the agreement condition, or B, the Article 16 condition. The agreement condition is that the United Kingdom and the EU have agreed following negotiations that the provision is excluded provision. Article 16 condition is that the United Kingdom is unilaterally taking appropriate safeguard measures in accordance with Article 16 of the Northern Ireland Protocol. This new clause does not wreck the bill or prevent its provisions from ever being used. It simply ensures the government sticks to our legal obligations before taking action. It is wrong to rely on the doctrine of necessity to justify this bill, as the government's legal position does. For it to be applicable, this bill would have to be the only way for the UK to safeguard an essential interest against a grave and imminent threat. Rather uniquely, the government's position is that the protocol it designed and agreed is a grave and imminent threat. By the government's own admission, this bill cannot be the only way to address the protocol, because ministers still say they are seeking a negotiated solution with the EU. It just doesn't make sense. Labour have been clear all along that we want the EU to show more flexibility in negotiations. The government must think progress is possible too, because they're still pursuing negotiations even at this point. The agreement condition of our clause 10 recognises that as a legitimate starting point for improving upon international settlement we are signed up to. Article 13.8 of the protocol itself states that the UK and EU can supersede the protocol so long as any subsequent agreement indicates the parts that will be altered. In other words, if it is negotiated. The government should be focusing all of its energies on reaching an agreement instead of wasting time on this bill that will do more harm than good and is never likely to make it onto statute anyway. Yeah. The Article 16 condition is another route that the government could take if they were going to act within the law. Negotiations should be top priority for addressing the protocol challenges. But if the point comes where they are no longer viable, then safeguard clauses already exist in the protocol itself. Let me be clear. Necessity cannot be relied upon if the safeguard clauses have not even been attempted by this government. Article 16 of the protocol sets out what either party can do in circumstances where one party of the protocol feels they need to take unilateral measures. This would be to prevent serious economic, societal, environmental difficulties or diversions of trade that are likely to persist. It would be in compliance with international law if the government was seeking to use the safeguard clauses of the agreement it signed. But instead of following the process in the agreement it signed, the government itself is unilaterally scrapping the agreement altogether. New Clause 10 would ensure that the extraordinary powers in this bill, which would otherwise breach the terms of the protocol, are only exercised in accordance with the UK's international obligations. All members who respect the rule of law should vote for it. Time and again, we on the Labour benches have called for the EU and the government to get back round the negotiating table. There are large areas of common ground that have shown successful negotiation is possible. Indeed, this is the only negotiation in history that is failing because all sides seem to agree. The way to unlock progress on the protocol is through negotiation and leadership, the very things that Britain used to be good at. So a Labour government would get round the negotiating table, because negotiation isn't a dirty word, it's just statecraft, diligence and graft. And it needs statecraft and commitment to deliver for our country, and a determination to never get blown off course by an internal partisanship. Yeah. Or, as Churchill said it, put country before party. Not a slogan, a principle, at least on this side of the House. Yeah. Where this government sees challenges as an opportunity to have a row, Labour sees the imperative to rebuild. While this government walks out of negotiations, Labour will be around the table, staying the course and delivering for our country. While this country plays politics with Northern Ireland's fragile progress, a Labour government would engage, respect and deliver. I will give way.
How would he propose to negotiate to permit the voters of Northern Ireland to have a say in the laws which are being made for them?
Well, it was the Labour government that delivered the framework for the Good Friday Agreement in the first place. We respect devolution to Northern Ireland. But the key thing is that Northern Ireland has been suffering, yes, the existential challenges posed by the protocol, but fundamentally, Northern Ireland has been suffering from neglect. when the executive did collapse, where there was no visit from the Prime Minister for 5 months. There was no multi-party talks in Downing Street or in Belfast. There was no attempt at getting people around the table, and there was no single statement to this House from either the Northern Ireland Secretary of the time or the Prime Minister or the Foreign Secretary about Northern Ireland. Just imagine for 1 second if the Welsh Synod or the Scottish Parliament had collapsed. And this Parliament, this House of Commons, going 5 months before any action whatsoever. The only time the Prime Minister visited Northern Ireland was once after the elections. The Assembly failed to be assembled. And at that point, when the difficulties in Northern Ireland became so deeply entrenched, the Prime Minister finally went over there for one quick, fleeting in-and-out visit. That isn't good enough. We know that Northern Ireland and all of Northern Ireland deserves the full attention of the British government, the UK government, and it needs the attention of this House and engagement of this House, where Northern Ireland parties can have their say regularly on an ongoing basis, not just once a month at all questions. And I'll finish up. Of course I'll give way. Of course I'll give way.
For giving way. Would he accept that if the Prime Minister had set up residence in Northern Ireland, if he had become a member of a political party in Northern Ireland, he still would not have been able to resolve the issue which has just been raised with the Shadow Secretary, namely that it's not a result of the Good Friday Agreement not working, it's a result of the protocol that laws made in Europe cannot be debated, cannot be changed, have to be implemented, and have to be implemented under a threat of sanction from the European Court of Justice in Northern Ireland. That's where the democratic deficit lies, not because the government paid little attention to Northern Ireland, but because they gave us a protocol which imposes EU law and has created a democratic deficit. How would he deal with that?
We don't get to make any laws now.
Well, I certainly suggest that had the Prime Minister gone to live in Northern Ireland, had he gone to camp out in Northern Ireland, bearing in mind he is the person that went to Northern Ireland and promised over his dead body there would be no border in the Irish Sea, bearing in mind what we now know he has been engaging in and the squalor with which he delivered his office based on the resignation letters of his own government, I don't think he is the person that would have ever hoped to have mustered the statecraft in order to deliver the settlement that Northern Ireland needs. I'm actually going to finish now so we can hear directly from parties in that side. But we have to always remember that this is the party that enabled, that delivered, that sustained that Prime Minister in office. And that all the time that that was done, the politics of Northern Ireland didn't just fail to move forward, it sank. So this bill by that government, which has been put forward and their leadership candidates are only too happy to support, is an affront to the United Kingdom's values and to our international interests at home and abroad. This bill will not deliver the progress that is needed in Northern Ireland, and it will only harm our interests abroad. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Order. We had 3 hours for this debate. The first 4 speeches have taken over 2 hours. We have about 55 minutes left and 10 people who wish to speak. I don't have the power to put on a time limit, but you all have the power to act decently and speak for 4 or 5 minutes and not for any longer than that. I hold you all to honour. 4 to 5 minutes. Otherwise, you're stopping other people from speaking. Sir Geoffrey Cox.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I will be quick. I have listened with fascination to the contributions and the speeches made in the House. If I thought that this bill would produce a durable and permanent solution, I would support it. But I do not believe it will produce a durable